Welcome everybody, it is the 8th of January 2025, it is a Wednesday and I've been to the dentist. Thankfully the anaesthetic wore off and we're back, so if you're watching this later or if you're watching it live, thank you for dropping by. So what have I got for you tonight? Well, first things first, we've got a bit of a roundup, so just to make you aware of all of the usual things, I try to sort of get that done first and then we can move on to the meat and potatoes. Right, first of all, link in the description will allow you to join our Discord. If you come over to our Discord, we're always talking about all kinds of stuff. We've got image sharing, we've got workflow sharing, we've got Flux LoRa sharing, and we got GitHub sharing. Probably would be a great idea to just shortcut to like share your share your Civet AI profile or something, but you can always just mention that. You can start a forum topic. You can also make your own projects. There's a whole bunch of people who have put up their own projects. Mostly it's just my training notes, but there are a few people who have done that. Also, you'll find my road to Spotify, which is basically explaining how you can get your pipeline from music production to music distribution on Spotify. Like I said, you'll find all of my music on there, and there's quick links to every album I've released. last year on there. No new music this year yet. I'm trying to take a break from music production so that we can go ahead and do some more stuff with Comfy UI. The daily tutorials are going to be making a return. I've just been sort of getting everything ready. We had a little bit of a break over Christmas, and so I took an extra week just to add a couple more assets. So it should be interesting when they show up. We'll see. I'm going to try and ease into it because I know it's a bit different when people are used to a certain format. It's not changing. I've just added a few bits and pieces. That's all. So, first of all, Till Bill, welcome. Do you know, it's funny, the monitor must be bugged out because I can't even see that you joined. That's interesting. Welcome to the stream. He says, your music is sick, man. And like I said, I've taught you guys how you can make your own music. All you need to do is listen and go, this sounds good. I'll develop this track. You know what I mean? That's what I did. So, and then it's just like everything else in AI. You keep generating until you get something good. And then you've got a process which you can repeat. And if you're lucky, you'll end up with a coherent or consistent process. So there it is. But thank you very much, Till Bill. I really appreciate that. So, what are we looking at today? Well, first, let's take you on let's go on a bit of a journey. All right, a little bit of a journey through Comfy UI workflows. So, some of you may know that in the last stream, we did something called RemBG video. Okay, now it's very simple. You load your video, you have your image batch to list, you do your InspireNet RemBG, you convert to mask to image so that we've got a video of the mask, right? But if you do alpha channel add by mask, invert it and just connect it up like so, there are other nodes that do the exact same thing. You can then convert image list to image batch, which then gives us the ability to render the video out. Now, interestingly, none of these support alpha video, but image WebP does. Don't know why that is. I don't know why it's that way, but it just is. And so this would be a video that we made last night that was face swapped with our man Titus. We swapped his face onto a video I made on a previous stream. And so then you end up with this. All right, now this is the beginnings of something really cool, which I hope to be able to explain to you. Now, I've done workflows like this in the past, and we're going to get to that. I don't want to show you anything that's going to confuse from what we're talking about. So let's just make sure we don't get hung up on those. Yeah. So that means it's going to be this one. And so we start here. This is my old Flux in Paint with SAM2. All right. It's running on Flux Schnell. It's using T5XXL FP8 with Clip L and the original VAE. Okay. Just in case you are wondering, if you've got ae.save tensors, it's the exact same file. All right. And then what I've done, you can tell this is an old one because look, no project file path node. Okay. I made my own node to replace this system of putting things together. You can do it like that. I ended up making a node to replace that, so you can tell this is probably about 6 months old. Okay. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. What I'm here to talk about is the actual workflow. So in the workflow, what we did is we loaded the Florence 2 base, and then we used a prompt person into the image, which here person will mask this. Let's just run it and show you. So if we run the model, if we run this, you can see that it identifies the person and puts a box around it. All right. Now that's half the job. Really, what we need to do is we need to then send the data into the SAM to segmentation model. We send the data into the B-box coordinates. All right. And we're using SAM2 here, a small for this one. And then what I do is, like I said, it masks out the guy. Now, it's not very efficient because you're using Florence to run to do the promptable mask, but you can pick things, which is quite handy. And then also the SAM2 model, you're piping the coordinates in. So like I said, this is quite reliable. It's quite reliable, and you can pick out more than just person. You know, I could have said gun, maybe. I don't know. You have to test to see what it'll pick up, but it'll actually pick up a lot of things, and I call this promptable masking, okay? But again, you're having to load SAM2, you're having to load Florence 2, and usually I would be inverting this mask so that I could paint a new background, a new scene here. But as it turns out, and then I want to get into the big thing. So I've got this idea called ring painting, and to be honest, it's got a lot of names. The name is mask stroke, okay? Now you could also say a dilated mask, all right? So what a lot of people do is they get this and they do edge, canny edge to find the edge, and then they dilate that mask. But I found that actually in the layer style node, there's something called mask stroke, which does exactly what I want it to do. You do not invert it because that will make the ring inside him. We want it outside of him, or outside of whatever it is you're masking, okay? Now this is my first attempt at getting it working, so I'm not actually doing anything with it at the moment. And what's going to happen is, I've said cathedral interior, right, with my Not the True World V55. And then we're using differential diffusion, which I pointed out probably last stream. I said, look, this is going to come in handy next time, right? What's this? Zug69, your mom is my Laura. How about that? Well, unfortunately, she died. How about that? I don't mean to bring you down, man. You're just making jokes. You can make your jokes. It's cool. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is differential diffusion, although she is dead though. Sad times. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you. So here we have it. Cathedral, right? And I mean, she could be a Laura. Who knows? Oh my God, he said. Zug6969. Oh my God. Yeah, I know. I know. It's brutal, right? But that's what happens. But yeah, he's just making mom jokes. And maybe she is a Laura. I've probably got enough pictures to train one. There's an idea. Make your mom a Laura. You know what I mean? Anyway. So, that would actually do a good t-shirt though. Like, I trained your mom. Something like that. That would actually be a good, like, some kind of variation on that. You know what I mean? Anyway. So, what we have is we have the background. And there's something going on with this background as well. It looks a bit sketched out to me. And look, he's not really standing on the edge of it. But that seems to be a lot of the problem. A lot of the problem is it doesn't quite match. Although this actually did a pretty good job, apart from the small scale people in the background. Okay? But certainly it's worked, okay? It's worked, right? It could be better, but it's worked, okay? So what we've done is we've isolated out the subject, which is a screenshot from Space Marine 2. We've isolated out the subject, and then what we've done is we've used Florence 2 to prompt the mask with person, and then we've used Sam 2 to get that actual mask, and then we have inverted the mask and used differential diffusion to in-paint the background. Now, this isn't the best way to do it, okay? Zug6969 says, savage indeed. So this is just the beginning of ring painting, okay? So in the next one, what I did was I spent quite a few hours while my anesthetic was wearing off today. Like I said, dentist, drill baby drill, okay? And what I've done is I've decided instead of using Flux Schnell, I've used 3.1 shuttle aesthetic NFPA. All right, so let's just run this one. Now, the trouble is I was still using Florence to run and Sam, okay? And as you can see, yeah, there's a person, okay? And so it's going to give me the mask, but here's the fun part, right? My RemBG method that I made for the video yesterday, actually, it does a pretty good job, all right? So what I'm thinking is we actually just use this and we dump this entirely to save on time, it'll be faster. The only thing is there's a little trade-off. You might lose some quality, or should I say controllability, because it's not going to be less precise. We're relying on InspireNet to mask out the right thing, and I think it's going to work though, okay, because I do actually use this to make the white guy that's talking to you right now on the screen, so it is reasonably reliable. So what I've done is I've then piped this into my ring paint, okay. Now again, you could call this many things. It's mask stroke, it's mask dilation, but I'm going to call it ring painting because we're making a ring around the layer that we are. So we're going to in-paint this track. This red line is what's going to get in-painted. And it's a final pass on the video. As it turns out, the video usually looks pretty good, all right? But like I said, the only thing I'm not happy with is this middle layer. This middle stage I'm not happy with because, if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I tried depth control net v2, depth control net v3. They're all bad. They're all bad, okay? And it's kind of a little bit of a letdown. Now, somebody said to me, why don't you try out Flux Dev Union? Because apparently there's a depth model in Flux Dev Union. And if I'm being honest, I haven't tried it yet. So we're going to try that in a minute. Hopefully it's just a case of putting a depth map into it and it'll automatically work. Because if it's not that, I've never used it. You know what I mean? I downloaded it, but I've never used it. So I'm just going to be honest with you guys. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using Flux, and it's going to be 12 steps with 0.75 denoise. Looks like it's already, pardon me, it looks like it's already done it. You can see here on the guy, zoom, off the guy, it's already respelt some random words. I do have a comparison, and there's my ring. Stop looking at my ring. So anyway, that would be the original image. You can tell because the rotate move is correct. And then this is the in paint. However, it has done it, but it's done nothing. You see what I mean? So it's using the depth to paint, to draw something else. I mean, you could say it cleaned it up, I guess, but the main thing is it hasn't affected the main character that's been masked out. So that's the main thing. So you can see it hasn't. Yeah, see, if anything, it's added new stuff to it, which I think you'll get away with, but again, I think in video you won't get away with it, right? But then here is the actual ring paint run, okay? So on this one, we're using the ring. So there's your save image, and there's your before and after, I think. But I've got it on a scrubber so we can see the edge. And like I said, it's very difficult to even see what it's actually done. But it has done something. This one's a bad example. Can we see here maybe? Yeah, it's very difficult to see what it's done. Very difficult. It looks like it hasn't done a thing. Ah, wait, here we go. You can see a slight change there. So that's the original, that's the ring paint. It's a small thing. It's a very small thing. The proof will be in the pudding when we actually do it with video, which is what this entire process is meant for, okay? This entire process is meant for video, but as you can see, all of that is quite heavy, it's quite slow. Essentially, I was using old methods to speed up the research. So we've made a workflow better. So what we've done is we've shrunk it down to this. So by getting rid of Florence, by getting rid of Sam, relying on InspireNet Transparent BG with Essentials in fast mode, we're using JIT, so it'll be even faster. And essentially what we're doing is we're loading our main video, which is a presenter, into image batch to image list. Then it does the transparency, okay? And then we get our new background video, not still, right? And we get the new video. So we're doing video background. So it's not just background replacement. This is video background replacement we're doing here, okay? And the idea is, again, if I have a bunch of variations of a presenter, right? So I've got my character and he's talking, he's saying things. he's maybe moving his head from left to right, he's bobbing, he's saying different stuff, right? Now, obviously, I can redub it as many times as I want with as many audio clips I can record, okay? So him saying what I want and then the lip syncing, we've already covered that. So next thing is to control the scene. So obviously, if I can do video background, obviously it's easy to just use an image here. You could just use a still image here, but then it's not really video, is it? It's kind of like a video guy on top of a still, right? And like I said, you might get away with that in some situations, but in other situations it really needs to be a video on a video, right? So that's what we're looking at here. So this is pretty straightforward, you know what I mean? Doing RemBG and then getting the mask, that's pretty straightforward. So for this one, what we're doing is we're doing the same thing. We convert image batch to image list. We then use a layer utility, get image size on the remove background image, right? And then we resize it. So it should be the same size, but it's good to have a check, okay? And so then what we're going to do is we're going to say image resize and then Gaussian blur for 8. These are all layer style nodes, okay? They're like Photoshop functions essentially, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to resize the new background, and because it's on list mode, it'll be in the same order, so the frames will match up, right? Frame for frame. Now for the test, what I did was I capped it off at 48 frames and forced 24 frames per second with a force size of 512. But ideally, I want to do it at full size. Force rate is fine, but for the frame cap, it's going to be 105 frames per scene. I want at least 4 seconds so I can cut from person to person, location to location, okay? That's the idea. And then what I want to do is I want to create a couple of things. I want to have a studio, I want to have presenters that can say things, and I want to be able to change the presenter so we can have the different presenter in the same environment. So you have like a studio that's recognizable, all right? That's the goal. That's the goal. And so obviously to combine them, what we've done is we've used Image Blend Advanced. Again, I've taken the image batch from the original image here. And then what we're doing is we're taking the background image, putting that into the background there, right? Do you know, there's something here which I'm like getting confused about. Oh yeah, that's right. And then we use the mask here for the layer, and then that's what gives us our video over video. So then we have our video, and it's over a completely different scene. You can see it's blurred out. It's one of the drift cars, okay? In fact, can we get it to show up on here so you can actually see which one it is? There you go. So it was that video from Hun Yuan. All right. And then this one is also from Hun Yuan. So we've got this guy talking over the top of this, because I just needed something that was the same size so I could test this, all right? And we're not actually done yet. I got more I need to add here. So it's the ring painting stuff. I need to see if it actually helps, because if you look up close, you can see that the edge, it's not a perfect mask, you see. It's got some mistakes. And so what I want to do is I want to do the ring painting as a final step here, because this is all really fast actually. It's got the project file path in there, and then here we have ring combine. Now, one thing that was strange about this is the mask seems to be shorter than this video. I'm not quite sure why that is, so that's a little bit of a strange one to me. It might be that when you do it in fast mode, it might be that it's skipping, but I wouldn't have thought it was, because like I said, we've got it all there. It could be doing something to make it faster, which I don't know about. So, but anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this should be the same length. It's not. So again, we don't need these. These are actually going to cause a problem once we actually start doing 105 frames, okay? Because it's just more lag, more wait time. So we don't need those, and get rid of them, okay? And now what we're going to need to do is, because like I said, I thought about doing it separately, because we have this, which we could use as a mask, right? We could convert these frames back to a mask. But I don't want to have to keep it all in. I want to try and do it all in one, okay? So that essentially means going back to this workflow and stealing some of the gubbins. And I think I'm probably going to steal this line down here, because it seems to be, that seems to be the one that I want. So if I just go, if I just take this line here, we can always just delete it. Yeah, that should be good. Although it's going to mess up a few things. So what I'll do is just... Whoa, okay, don't hold shift. Like that. Copy all that. Okay. So this will take it from being this nice, beautiful little compact thing. Because it's almost like if I was to delete this section here, the workflow is actually complete. It's taking a video and it's overlaying it on top of the background video, which is what I wanted to do. But it's not enough. So what I'll probably do is I'll build this out, and then I'll probably end up deleting a lot of stuff and making like a lightweight variant. But for now... Oh! That's going to be fun. Oh, wait, hang on. Is it way down there? No. I thought maybe I'd got lucky there, but no, I've got to do it again. So let's just copy that. Put that there. So I'm going to have to reconnect all this stuff. That's okay. So first of all, it wants a model for model diffusion there. And I think, yeah, we want to do a model for, should we do a reroute? Yeah, let's do a reroute, so we can go in like that. And then we'll go in like there. That should cover that. And then as for the clip text, we're going to do clip. And then the VAE is here, and there'll be another one over there. Whoa, I didn't need to move it. That's not even what I wanted to do. It's that one I want. There we go. And then I guess I'll just move that like there. That's your positive prompt. We don't have an image yet, because this isn't actually in batch mode yet. So what I'll probably do is the same thing. So I'll get my... I mean, I could take it from here, but it's probably cleaner to just do image batch to image list again. Like that, and take it from that side. Of course, you could do select file name and split it up that way, and load it from the video that just got rendered. I'm going to be doing some stuff with that soon, but I don't want to get overly complicated just for the sake of, you know, overly complex is not my deal. Make it nice and easy. Okay, we can get rid of that there. That's useless. We need project file path. So I'll put that one in here. Now obviously the first one, this is going to be the overlay. This is going to be the mask. So this one will be the ring fix, I guess you could call it. Or ring painted. Ring patinaed. That'll work too. I still can't spell, guys. It's a real problem. I'm going to have to get an AI to do spell check on my stuff. Okay. Oh, and something got forgotten. Oh, that'll be... Oh, wow. It's got a really weird ancient setup, this does. So I think I might actually overhaul this, because it's all totally out of whack. Yeah, let's just put this up here, so it's not really the same thing, to be honest. Okay. Put that there. looks good. That looks good to me. Alright, I'm going to disappear off the screen so I can concentrate on this real quick. Okay. So obviously I've got my mask. So probably what I want to do is... There's the mask. Do I want to Gaussian blur the mask? Yeah, I probably do. So let's take the mask, put that there. That should work fine. Because it's in list mode, or it should be. Image batch to image list, that's going to go through that. And we are doing 24 frames per batch, so that means that it's going to be breaking it up, because it doesn't matter, we're not doing generation so much. So I can actually remove this now. If I just say 0, and then I'll say 0 up there, and then I'll disable the resize, I don't want to do that. Like I said, I've got a resize step that will catch if it mismatches. And I'll say test project is fine. 24, so every second of frames is going to do the whole thing, and then it's going to start again, at least to here anyway. Yeah, that's why I need to use the select. So actually I do need to use select. So we're going to go off there, and we're going to say select last file name, or select file name, and it's going to be -1 is the last file name. Okay, so then if I go down to here, and then we might have to expand this out to give me a bit more room actually, because what I want to do is go to there. So that's where we're actually starting, and I'm retaking this video, which is a combination of the foreground and the background. All right, I don't know why we've decided to do something weird there. It's just not enough space, is there? I'll make this smaller. Not really. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to overhaul this code here so that it's going to use this, and it's going to inpaint just that line. So the area around the character. The idea is to refine the edge. That's the idea. Whether it works is a completely different question. So we're going to do load video. Where is it? Helps to type load video, doesn't it? See, I think the anesthetic has worn off, I think. I think we do path and then file name to the path. That should work. Okay. And now we've got our video, right? So then we're going to do the same thing. Here we go. Image batch to list. So we're not going to take it from there. We're going to take it from this one. There we go. You can also mess around with the compression, I think, but I don't know, where is that? Where is the compression? Did I get the wrong load mark? No. Load video from URL. No. From path. No CRF there. Oh yeah, that's right. When we did that, we put it straight into a video combine, and then altered the CRF, so it's like a chain. So I'm not doing that here, so that's fine. I'm just, like I said, that's the anesthetic talking. Right, let's put that up there. Put these above it, so it's a little bit, well, I could probably just put them under there, couldn't I? It's fine. So what do we have in here? We have Shuttle 1 3.1 aesthetic. We have the normal VAE. So I can put the prompt down there. I've just said clean edge for testing. I'm sure there are better prompts for something like this. So now we get to the actual differential diffusion part. So let's put that there. We'll start organizing things a little bit better, because it's a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mess at the moment. Differential diffusion, and then we get our clip text. That'll be the positive, that will be the negative. Then we've got our Gaussian blur mask. And then we got our flux guidance, put that around there-ish. Bring this back as well. In-paint model conditioning. This is the sort of the main part of the in-painting technique that we're using tonight. If you don't have noise mask, it just won't put in whatever you're trying to put in. You know, it's just, yeah, you need the noise mask, which is what we're using. We'll go into here. And what do we got here? More sampling. Yeah, they go first. So we'll put that one there. Up a bit. It's like straight lines without using the straight line mode. That's what I try to do. Clean it up. Okay. So Euler, simple, 12 steps, 0.75. Put that under there. And then we just have the render. Now, as far as I can tell, that should be everything I need to do here. That should be everything I need to do. So we can put the project path node there, bring that out a bit. And that gives us plenty of room. But it's not a save node. Because this is video, which means we're going to need one of these and one of these. Okay. Whoops. Go up like that. Okay. Now then, how are we going to do this thing? We've got plenty of options. So at the moment, new background and mask. Okay, so the new background is actually a video. So how about we say foreground. Foreground usually is spelt with that, and then we got background. Then over here we have the ring paint mask, and what else do we have? I think, oh yeah, and then the result. Yeah, ring painted output. Okay. The thing is, I can't remember. Do we put in the video here? I think we put the video here. So that would be a batch. So you just put a full batch in. Is that right? Yeah, full batch. So foreground, background, and then, I mean, it's almost like I actually need more than 4 things, don't I? Well, there's no point showing, yeah, so, right, ring paint mask, that'd be this one. And then this is going to be the final output, so then we go with this one. Like that. Okay. So they're going to go in 2s next to each other. I should probably, instead of doing image grid, it's a KJ nodes image concat, yeah, image concat multi, there it is, and we're going to go down. So let's just update that real quick. There we go. It's basically the same thing, but it means I can use a slightly different save grid for it. Okay, and then what are we going to use for the compare? I think it's going to be this one. So A is no ring paint, and then B is ring painted. So then we can see the difference, because it might be that this doesn't even do what I want it to do anyway. And that isn't an output yet. I haven't even run it yet. Now, I made video grids in the past, so I'm pretty sure that all I've got to do is get one of these, and then obviously I need a project as well. Every time I'm saving something, I need a project path just to bring it up to scratch with all of my latest workflows. So if we put that in there like that, it's got the original audio from the first video, so we'll go to file prefix there, and this one will be compare grid. I think I could probably make this bigger. This probably doesn't need to be quite that large. I don't know if you can compare video, okay, so this might not even work. I've never tried. But just in case it doesn't work, we will make a new compare down here, which is going to use select image. Yeah, select image. So that means we can select. So let's see. Yeah, we should probably do that. So let's say frame 25. Yeah, we're going to compare frame 25 from both. So there's that one, there's that one. And then if I plug this in there, whoops, missed. Missed. And then we'll get this one, which is the one that hasn't been ring painted. That's all I'm interested in. Is the ring paint actually doing what it says on the tin? That's all. And then it might be that I need to alter something here to make it work better. In theory it works though, because we're essentially in painting the edges to stop any craziness that's happening around the edge of the mask. That's the plan anyway. We've been working towards this for a couple of days, so I do hope that it works. So let's push this out to here and push that out to there. Now it might be that we can just compare video, in which case we'll just compare video, but it might be that this node can't do that. So I've never put two videos into this node, so I don't know. But small modification and it will work either way. So is there anything else I need to do? Probably make a group that just says compare compare group. Alright, put that up there. Whoop, whoop. There. These two don't matter too much because it's going to be one or the other. I don't know which one's going to work yet. Okay, so let's just have a little bit of a... I've just thrown that all together, okay? So... we could probably get a title as well, couldn't we? Yay. Let's grab that as well. And this one will be called a ring painting video. Ring painting plus RemBG video. I mean, you could actually say background video swap, because that is, oh god, I can't spell tonight. There we go, background video swap. Now there's one more thing I need to do, and that is to include this. So if I take the meta batch manager, and then also let's just put this up here, because this meta branch, what it does is it there we go, 24. What it does is it makes sure that it only processes a batch of 24 at a time, which, well, we'll find out if that works. It might be that I can't do it, but as long as I put it into the end as well, it means that you can process a really long video and it'll slice it up by itself, or that's the theory anyway. We'll also want to grab the audio because that one has audio, although my intention is just to dub new audio over these. And obviously you can't really do much with 1 second of video, but certainly when we're actually using this proper, it'll be like 4 seconds on a ping pong. That gives you 8 seconds of potential dubbing time. Now you can do all kinds of tricks, like cutting to a different character who just sort of nods, or you could cut to, you know, like some footage of something which he's talking about and then cut back to him. And so in that way you don't actually need much more than 8 seconds, and you could probably do a whole fake news show, right? Right, I don't want to give the game away too much, but I think you can pretty much see what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so I'm just going to put this inside and just move these a little bit, so it's all just a little bit of autism goes a long way, I guess. I don't know. OCD, maybe that's the right word. Gotta move it, gotta move it. It's gotta be parallel. Okay. I think it's just about ready to go. I'm gonna give it a save because this is a completely new workflow now. It's been completely upgraded. Oh crap. What are you doing? I don't want to do this right now. Go away. Do you know what? Every now and then I hit things. There's like 3 purchasing tabs here. Right, anyway. I don't have any secrets, so I'm not bothered. Right, so let's see. I want to go in and I just want to queue it up. I've saved it. That was all I was trying to do. Oh, cannot handle this data type. 111283. Okay, so we've got our first problem. Oh, there's no noise seed there. That's actually a bigger problem. And no file name prefix. Okay, so I've missed some things. Noise. We want to get a... well, hang on. We can just drag off here. We'll say random noise, and we'll say 1 and fixed. Put it under there. Yeah. It's fine, it can go there, that's not a problem. So, but it did give me an issue with this. It gave me an issue with this. So let's just try that again. What's it saying? Cannot handle this data type. Okay, so it doesn't like simple image compare. So it doesn't want to make me the grid. That's okay though. That's okay. Let me just refresh my memory. Like I said, I had people drill in my mouth today. I can barely remember stuff for some reason tonight. So if I go to one of my things here, I've got modules. No, not modules. Toda tools. If I go to the video grid, then what I can do is I can grab a 2x3 or 2x3 diff. Yeah, that's the one I want. Let's just download this real quick. Jump into a different tab where this is just a more basic. That's just the more basic version. Okay, so what did I do to make this work? I just did this. I just did image concatenate multi. Okay, so no labels, and then it will work. And that's 2x3 as well. So there's no reason why it shouldn't work. It just don't get labels. That's okay. I can deal with that. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we've already got 2. We've already got 1 there. So I don't need that one. I just need these 2. And we only need 2 input count. Yes. Yes. And then we can go image and image like that. So what are these? Are these the originals? Yeah, these are the originals. So we'll go original and original. Put that there. And then we want to get, so these are going to be next to each other, and then they're going to be on top of each other. That makes a 2x2. Melton Province, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. Thanks for dropping by. So what were the other 2? I've forgotten what they were. No, I think it's this one and this one. I think that's what they were. Okay. So then they go on top of each other. So then we don't even need this to be so big now. Bring that up. And this should make a grid of 4 videos. It's probably going to be huge. In fact, if that's 1280, do we really want to run it out of memory? Oh, it's okay. I'll probably delete it for speed. Didn't get a chance to see if that works, so let's try it again. There's going to be more errors, I'm sure. Melting Province says, hi. I think it's actually processing. Yeah, it's processing. The question is, I don't know why this is shorter. This is 1 second or less, which is strange. It shouldn't be different. It shouldn't have a different length. Oh, here we go. Size of tensors must match, except in dimension 2. Expected 736, but got 384. That's interesting. Why has it changed size? But has it changed size? Oh, and then we got an error with image concat multi as well. Let's have a look and see. Size of tensors must match except in dimension 2. Don't tell me it doesn't like 16:9. I bet that's what it is. I bet this doesn't like off aspect ratio because in SpireNet. But that's funny though because I've already done it. Maybe we'll take it off fast mode and see if that makes any difference. So I've got you all caught up now. Now we're back into research mode. So we remove the background, and it does the video. So again, if I was to then go like that, maybe we'll use this one next, so we can actually see that it did do it, because it's just the same video. Yeah, let's get rid of this stuff because it's like just complicating matters. It's nice to have a video grid to see all of the comparisons, but to be honest, I think just having a result is probably a better place to start, right? And I know that sometimes this RemBG stuff can get a bit funny about aspect ratios. MZ, good morning, and good morning. Okay, so far so good. It's doing the size, image resize. You can see here, mask stroke done. That was very fast. Making the mask was very fast. The only trouble is, why is it shorter? It's definitely shorter, and I don't know why. That's one thing that's really bothering me, because image comes from the video loader, right? It goes from batch to list, and there's no restriction anymore, so it should be... Index 25 out of range for 24 hours. I think I'm starting to see what's going on here. When you do the meta batch manager stuff, we're only getting one of them. Yeah. Missing hookup. There it is. Okay, so I think we've solved that now. So let's try 2 and Q. Because I'm testing something new which I don't normally do. Normally I just bake the whole 100 frames at once, or I'll break it up into 49 and 49 or something like that. Whereas what this is allowing me to do is have it automatically break it up into 24 frame batches. I think the problem comes when 24 times 4 is 96. Yeah, and obviously this is actually 100. I think this is actually 105 frames. So let's go get image size and count. Yeah, and go like that, and it should tell me. It should just tell me here next time I run it, because I've got a funny feeling that there's a bit of an oversight in that it's not. It's like an odd number. Yeah, look, see, when it gets to the last one, it fails. Do you lose everything? You do. It doesn't even render a single thing. Oh, that's nonsense, that is. So, right, let's try it again and stop it immediately. No, it's not telling me the count. See, there's one that shows you. So I'm going to have to do show any. $24. Of course, because it's talking about the meta batch. Isn't that beautiful? Alright, let's disable the meta batch and see what it says then. 160. Stop. 160? Well, that's weird. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure it's not, but that's okay if you say it. If you say so. 160, huh? So if we divide that by 24, that doesn't go. So what does it go into? 30s maybe? No, I don't think so. Nope. So what's happened there? 160 divided by... Well, it's obviously not 25. It's obviously not that. I mean, you could divide it by 20. It'll go into 20s 8 times. So how about I just put it to 20? Because this isn't about frame rate here. This is about the batch management. Yeah, let's try that. 666, bad omen. Uh-oh. Are we raising the demons? So we're doing 20 batches because it's divisible by the total. Electrolab, hi. I suspect Latent Sync likes 25 frames per second, not 24. If you get a mismatch between lip and sync, that's why. If not, not. Hello, Electrolab, and hello, Throttlemouth. Good evening, good evening. Zugzug69 was reading out the 666 bad omen. Yeah, you might also be correct. Who knows? It's all up for speculation right now. This is, like I said, a new thing that I don't normally mess with, but it can only be a good thing to break up the job into smaller parts. Yeah, and like I said before, what I was having to do was math oh crumbs. Index 25 out of range for 20 items. Okay, we've still got problems in that system with that system. Index 25 is out of range. Is it because this video is a different length? I've got a funny feeling it is. So that's the funny thing. My version, that wouldn't affect it. Isn't that funny? I want to use this thing because it's like a useful. Alright, so let's just get rid of that. Go again. Yeah, we've got a mismatch. One of them is 160. One of them is 73. Yeah, that's a problem. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to swap video, which has got an uneven length. So that's the problem. I mean, if we did it my way, If we did it my way, then I'd be able to just manually step through as far as this video goes, and I would just reset this one manually. But again, it's not very elegant. It's a little bit clunky. So I was hoping I could use that. But look, 704 by 384, 1280 by 736. This is the difference in battle strength between LTXV and Hun Yuan. With LTXV, we can do 1280, 736. I don't know how I've ended up with 160 frames. That must be the result of doing the lip sync. It's actually made the video longer, a lot longer. It's really interesting. I never even noticed it was doing that. Okay, right. I've got an idea to sort this out. So let's just say no to that and say no to that. So we're just working with this now. And so what I'll do is I'll just get video, which is it is the same length. Okay. So first things first, we're going to need an LTXV workflow. So let's go over to my workflows, go down to the Zoda, and then we're going to go into V7, I think it is. Or have I made a new one? Sometimes I've made a newer one. V6 release? No. I could have sworn I put up new ones in here. Was it the face swap? Yeah, GJF reactor. That's the one. And then we can turn the face swap off if we don't need it. So that's the latest one. So if I grab that, and we will throw this one in here. So there we go. Now we've got a video workflow, okay? Now I'm going to turn off the face swap stuff. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave it on. Yeah, so this is actually fine. So we'll do one video there. Yeah, it was length. The length is off. Because I think the latent sync, what it's doing is it's finding the frames that fit the audio and then kind of pasting it all back together again. And so you end up with more frames than you started with, because it's kind of taking frames that fit and putting them into a different spot. So as you can see, this is the face I had out of the video tool, which looks fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a little bit blurry, but it's fine. It's serviceable. But to increase the coherency, we created a face model and trained that. And I'll admit, this face has its own problems, okay? But we trained it for fun using the main man Titus from Space Marine 2. It's like he now works for Fox News or CNN, whichever one you prefer. CNNBC, ABC, whatever you want, anything you want. Okay. So here we are cooking up the next video. And what I think I will do is I will duplicate this tab. So I've got the exact same settings. And then what I'll do is I will turn off the face swap, just like that. And then we'll use newsroom prompts. Do you know what? I think we actually need empty newsroom. So there's like a video. It's funny, I actually had to do this once about a year ago. Can you speed up? Throttlemouth says. Oh, hang on. We've got a bunch of comments. Throttlemouth, evening. Electrolab, waves. Throttlemouth, two fingers. Melting province, waving. Throttlemouth, it would match the audio sample, surely. Throttlemouth, length. Throttlemouth, can you speed up the audio sample to match the 73 frames? I don't need to. Here, this is the funny thing. The funny thing about what we're doing is I don't actually need it to match the audio it currently has. As a matter of fact, like, I'm using it purely to sort of give me an audible reference, but we don't need this. We don't need the audio for this, because what we're actually doing is we're putting our person in front of a new video background, right? So it's a little bit, it's like video background replacement, okay? So you know, like background replacement is just an image, so we're doing it with a video, which is a little bit better, I guess. And then the idea is that I want to have a video that is the studio, not a drift car driving down the road, right? So I think what we're probably going to need is we're going to need a little bit of Claude in our lives. Yes. So if I go to the LTXV prompt gen and I say, where's the file? I need to drop the file that is the newsroom. I know this is like scatterbrains all over the place, but I'm having to like manage a whole bunch of different stuff at once here. So where is it? And I am a bit scatterbrains, to be fair. I had injections in my head, in my face. Actually, it's just dentist. I'm just being funny. Newsroom prompts, right? There we go. I need you to rewrite this prompt list so that there is an empty newsroom. Wait a minute. So there is no person, there is no presenter, leaving an empty newsroom in each video. I should probably have said observe the prompt examples and adhere to the rules. I probably should have said that as well, so that's my bad. The anchor desk stands unoccupied. Okay. The shot. Oh, wait a minute. Prompts should give an identical scene. However, there is an empty desk. We will be overlaying. We'll be overlaying isolated / we'll say rotoscoped newscasters to the scene separately. Botox those cheeks, says Throttlemouth. Okay, so it's like the composition of the video needs to be the same, just without a guy there. So I want the background, really, is what I want. The background that's normally behind him. Okay, well, let's just try one of them. Loose paint, no. Anchor's desk sits with its left side oriented to the counter. No, it's got to be front facing. Okay. All prompts should be front facing, as though the news presenter has left his seat. However, the composition would be as though he is sitting there. So we are generating video of the background in the studio, shot live. Just see if he gets any of that. I'm a scatterbrains tonight. Okay, so we've got one. Lots to say. Main anchor desk centered in frame. Polished surface. See, that's not what you want. It shouldn't be centered in frame. Will Smith, live chat. Hey! And you stream on Twitch too? Do you know what? Someone was asking me if I stream on Twitch too, and the answer is no, I don't. But I probably should, and I might start. Because I don't think many people do it. basically, it goes like this. I'm here every day. I usually do like contract work in the morning. I do call outs in my local area in the sort of mid-afternoon, and then I'm working here all day every day. So it's like I thought to myself, well, I'm already here, I may as well. And I used to do like gaming streams in the past in another life, so it's sort of like going back to 2013. It's quite some time ago now, and so I thought to myself, well, why not? And I invested in a second machine to do the streaming of the first machine. That way, even if my computer clunks out because it's run out of VRAM, we can still keep going. And that has happened a few times. So if I cook my machine, the stream doesn't end, which is kind of nice. Right. So none of these are good. These prompts are not respecting the concept. See, I'm having trouble formulating words tonight. These prompts are not respecting the concept. We need a scene that would be well, we need a prompt. Yeah, we need prompts for scenes that are shot as though there was a news presenter. However, the scene is empty. I will place the newscaster in place in post. How about that? Maybe he understands that. Clean background plates shot with exact framing composition as though the presenter was there. That's what I want. Yes. I don't even care if it's like, even if I got rotation and stuff, that would be cool. I've been trying to trigger your LTX comfy workflow from Civitai. Oh, I've been trying your LTXV comfy workflow from Civitai. Good job on that, by the way. Thank you, Will Smith. I appreciate it. Zug6969. That's when I tell Grok that he sucks. Do you know what? Grok's really good at one thing. Let me show you. This is really funny. See, unlike other GPTs, Grok. Right. So, okay, watch this. Who am I? Look at that. ChatGPT doesn't know who I am. And I think it's because they actually give it access to Twitter. Do you know what I mean? They give it access to your account. Video editing, generative AI and music. Alright. What kind of person am I? I find it really funny because it's like, this is actually quite insightful, because normally you'd have to be like a follower of mine. So even though Grok sucks, don't get me wrong, it's got a long way to go. I'm waiting for Grok 3, even though Grok 2 is apparently new, but I think it'll get better, just like all of them will. But right, here we go. So what kind of person am I? I'll say, what are my best posts? I don't even know if this will work. Ooh, it actually gave me... Ha! That's my last post. That's not my best post, surely. Is that my best post? Hunyuan video. And it's a music video, 15 minutes long. So 3 of my tracks, and it's showcasing my data moshing nodes. It was a lot of fun making this one, you know. We made a AI prompt list called Eclectic, which you can find in my DJZ nodes. You can use it with the Zenkai node I use to do all my prompting. And it's using a variety of my nodes. I think I showed how I did this on live stream. So that's interesting. What else? Innovative music, innovative video edits. He's definitely reading my prompts. Music releases. New music releases, they're on Spotify. That's true. Tutorials and educational content. Again, yeah, true. End of year celebrations. Yeah, this is all recent. This is what I'm saying. I'm really surprised at how recent it is. You see what I mean? Because it's like, if I asked ChatGPT, what was I doing a week ago? He'd be like, well, I don't know. There's a cut-off, and it was months ago, mate, last year. You see what I mean? So this is pretty interesting. It says, okay, how about this? We're going to go silly now. Estimate my IQ. You can't do that. He refused. What about, am I good person? Oh, I can't do that. I can't. Oh, are you really good? I'll say, okay, what is good? I'm just being silly. Utilitarians like John Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill would argue, who? I probably should know who they are, right? Oh my God, he's really going nuts over this. Look at all this. Okay. What was it? Does my content spring from an eldritch well, or am I simply human? You're listening to 5below5.uk radio. No. Don't be silly. Where does it come from? Where do ideas come from? Anyway. Right. Zug says, LOL, Full Dive Media. Hi, how is your teeth? I will catch up soon. My teeth are great. Thanks for remembering. Basically, I had to go to the dentist. Drill, baby, drill. I didn't think it meant my jaw, but that's how this year is turning out. So I got to go back at the end of the month for 2 extractions, and they want to get 2 more out. I was like, if you've been taking more teeth out, I'm going to have no teeth. Oh my God. If somebody told me how expensive teeth actually were going to become, I never would have eaten a single chocolate bar. Because you don't realise, like, I think it's $4,000 per tooth now. A lot of people I know go to Turkey to get their teeth done because it's like, it's so cheap in Turkey and you probably get the same care level. So it's like, imagine how many teeth you have, times that by $4,000, and then realise that in 10 years it's going to be double that. Because every 10 years it doubles due to, interest rates. That's not even inflation. It might even be quicker than that because of inflation, right? Inflation makes that quicker, not. So anyway, if somebody told me I've got like a 2-bed house in terms of value inside my jaw, I probably never would have touched Monster Energy. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, here we go. How much does a what do they even call it? A fake tooth? It's not even called that. Dental implants. They're the ones that drill into your jaw. How much do dental implants cost in the UK? Can you tell me? I don't need dental implants, by the way, but just getting a root canal and a crown is $2,000 each for each tooth. So that's like, I want to keep my teeth, actually. I don't want you to drill fake ones into my jaw. It's kind of crazy. You don't realise it. Look at this. All on 4 implants. Full mouth implants. My God. So they're just going to drill the whole set. I mean, that's going to be cheaper though, right? 10 grand. But look, full mouth implants. 35 grand for both arches. This is cheap. Where's this where are you getting these prices? The NHS is probably made of wood and glue. Here we go. Look at that. See, that's more like it. Bupa Dental Care. That's a private. 2,500 for a single implant. How many teeth do I have? Let's see. Multiply the Bupa estimate by the total number of adult teeth to give me a total £32 teeth, £76,800. Ooh, something I want to say. What do we got here? Oh, let's just stick here. I'll say, what kind of car can I buy for 76,800? And that's British pounds as well, you know? Yeah. In the UK. I mean, I appreciate buying a used car is like a sliding scale, so it's not really quite that simple. But I could get myself a Mercedes-Benz E-Class or a Jaguar. Wait, maybe not. I could get a Tesla Model S. I could get a Lexus LS. And it wouldn't be... I could get a Porsche 911. I could have a Bentley Continental GT. Do you know what? This is crazy. This is crazy. I could have an Aston Martin Vantage. You know, from the James Bond movie. Hang on. Aston Martin Vantage. Which Bond movie? Okay. Tell me. Do you know what? That's the worst way to write the prompt. That's the worst prompt I've ever written. Aston Martin V8 Vantage. I said, wait a minute, that's not the one you want. So the V8 Vantage made a return in No Time to Die 2021 when it was driven by Daniel Craig. So wait, so hang on. I can buy a V8 Vantage for 76,000? 76k? Question mark? What? It would be challenging. I could get a used one though. I could get one from the early 2010s. That's alright, my car's only 2007, so I'm not like that would be a newer car than I currently have. The point I'm trying to make is brush your teeth. And I'm probably peeking like hell when I said that. Alright, brush your teeth, guys. You don't realise how much value. In 10 years, that'll be 140 grand. Another 10 years, it'll be 200. It's going up quicker than Bitcoin at this point. The cost of your teeth, it's more valuable than Bitcoin. It's going to the moon. And that's not a good thing. Okay? Anyway. So, yeah. Just be careful, guys. Anyway, sugar is the mind killer. Muad'Dib. Alright. So, let's just see how we're getting on with the generation here. So this should be a new video now. Have I like screwed something up here? How much did I ask for? Did I ask for a silly number of frames? 105 frames, yeah. So, I forgot to deactivate my batch thief. I had my batch thief in here, said it would crop out just 1 second. So that's not what I want. So let's go again. And then we'll get back to what we were actually doing, which was using the old Claude to get a prompt. So here we have empty anchor sit desk sits beneath studio lights, centered in frame with a newscaster would be positioned. I don't know if that's gonna work. Well, we'll give it a go, because it's sort of like it might go, oh, it's an empty room, so it's not going to be shot head on. You know, it's almost like I need to say describe what is behind the newscaster. Don't mention the desk, you know, just a video of a bookcase, you know what I mean, or a video of, you know, it's I could probably get a prompt. There's other ways I could get the prompt, but bumpity 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 bump. So yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just break that real quick and just put it in here on my own, like that. So we're not actually using any of this at the moment. Electrolab says, if you sold all your teeth, you may be able to afford half a 2GB VRAM NVIDIA GPU from the early 2010s. Yeah, I don't think you can sell your teeth. Unfortunately, this is all about your... I think you get £1 if you leave them under your pillow each. I'm just messing around. But no, it's all about the repair work. It's the repair work that costs you an arm and a leg. And I'm not... It is literally an arm and a leg now. 76 grand! But then again, who wants a full mouth of fake teeth? I'd avoid that at all costs if I could. Alright. So this will be the next one I'm going to do. And it's got the same settings and the same size. So we'll hope that works. We'll queue that up. Okay. It's doing the face swap already. So that means he's already made the video. In case you were wondering... because a lot of you guys I can see have just recently joined. So LTX video is running with native GGF and face swap using Reactor. So what that means is we're using the UNet GGF loader. Obviously you could be using Q4, Q3, Q2, whichever version is fitting on your card. Because yes, I have a 4090, but I try to consider people with 8 to 12, okay? So I'm using Q8. If you use Q4 or lower, obviously it's going to fit onto your card better, okay? With the load clip, obviously you could pick your FP8 as well to get even more savings on the memory, right? The actual VAE, you can also force this to CPU as well. I'm not doing that, but if you've got a lot of system RAM, that is something you can do as well. I have 64 gigabytes of system RAM, so if you were to go to the extra models pack, we can do things like this where we force to CPU or CUDA, right? So obviously this would mean that and you can do this with the clip as well. You can also do clip. These are all ways to optimize, okay? All right, so then you'd hook it up like normal. A lot of the time what I do is I don't bother, but that's because I'm lazy. But like I said, it's possible to put in force to CPU on the clip and the VAE, and that gives you more headroom for your main model loading into your VRAM. So if you only have an 8 gig card, it is possible to do this still. Also, another thing you can do, which a lot of people have been getting really confused about lately, so I think it might be worth doing a quick demo of my 2-stage technique real quick. So let's just make some space and let's show you that. So I'm going to bring the face swap and the face model creator down here somewhere, and let's make a 2-stage version of this, and I'll show you how it works, okay? Because right now it's doing face swap in the other tab. It's doing face swap. Where is it doing face swap? Oh, it's here. It's doing face swap here. So 2-stage. Oh, I'll quickly answer these questions real quick. Zugzug6969 says, what do you like using more, Hunyuan or LTX? No, do you know what? It's like saying, which one do I prefer more, the Phillips or the flathead screwdriver? You know, it's two different tools for two different things. LTX-V is a 2 billion parameter model, and I think Hunyuan is like 9 billion or more. I forget exactly. But what that means is that Hunyuan has a lot more depth in the model, but it requires a lot more memory to run. And so what that ultimately ends up turning into is, what that results in is, Hunyuan, while it's better, you can't do as many seconds of duration, so less frames, and also you have to do it smaller, right? You have to render in like 704 by 384, and that is SD 1.5 territory, you know, in terms of resolution. So it's like the size of an SD 1.5 generation each frame, okay? And that's even with a 4090, okay? So even though you can train LoRa's and the quality is better and it has more model depth, in other words, there's more in the model which you can get out. Let me just show you some of the stuff which we managed to get out. I do this thing called wildcard mining. You might have seen it back in the day when the image generation models first came out. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that I've written a bunch of wildcard lists, okay? And those wildcards, if you just run them randomly, you end up getting videos like this. So this is the result of random, like my old prompt list plus a bunch of wildcards. So there would have been a Space Marine prompt. Now look at this. This is just in the model memory, guys. I haven't trained Allura. It's just in there. Now I'll admit the face is crap, but the features of this are really good. It's got the Aquila. It's a Blood Angel. It's a Space Marine in power armor. You know what I mean? It looks a bit chaos, but that's okay. Heresy. And then again, look at this one. It's going in reverse, sure. The Cybertruck is going in reverse, but it's a Cybertruck though. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is from a Cybertruck ad. I bet if you look for an official Cybertruck ad, you'll probably find this exact shot or one just like it. Okay, so this is Han Yuan, right? Here's another one, anime. This is serviceable. If you were making an anime, this is serviceable. You could get away with this. Alright? You could get away with using that. Again, we got a woman in a gas mask with a gun. And then, what's the next one? Monster truck in the desert. Kind of like Mad Max, but it's actually racing. Also, this. You see this before? This look familiar? So, music video stuff. Right? Obviously, you'd have to make it loop properly, but, you know, I think you get what I'm saying. And there's a few interesting ones. So, we have the Master Chief. So, you know, that looks like it was trained on the Amazon. Is it Amazon or Netflix that did the TV show for Halo? You guys can let me know in the comments, but this doesn't look like video game Master Chief. It looks like TV Master Chief. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just trained on the video game cutscene. I don't know. Another one. Bugatti Veyron. Okay. Looks pretty good. Bugatti Veyron in a garage. Yeah. And I found more as well. So we've got like anime chick. Another anime chick. Okay. And then look at this one. This is the most... Yeah. I wonder where they got this one. I wonder where this came from. Zug says, hey, Halo show was on Amazon. Right. So I don't know if they're literally just training on Amazon shows, but they're definitely training on Hollywood movies. That is Bumblebee. Okay, he's in there, and I swear this is from the Bumblebee movie. I'm not sure. It could be from another Transformers movie. I'm not sure. But the point I'm trying to make is that Han Yuan is Chinese, don't care about copyright. They're just going to train it on everything, right? For better or worse, okay? So, like I said, Han Yuan is great for that. It's got the best model depth, which means it will train really good Lauras because you've got more stuff to hook into to make your weights patch, okay? But it's 704 by 304 and you could probably only get 1 or 2 seconds out of it right now, even with all the quantization in the world. I know, I've tried, right? I've got a 4090 with a shitload of system RAM. So, anyway, now we talk about LTXV. LTXV 0.91 is only a 2 billion parameter model, but we can get away with 105 frames at 1280 by 736. So this is now approaching SDXL or Flux levels of resolution, and you can do 4 seconds easy. And like I said, the outputs look fine. I mean, I know a lot of people say, oh, Han Yuan's got the best quality, but I'm like, well, what is it you're trying to generate? Because it might be that you're just trying to generate something that LTXV has a weak knowledge of. And so in that case, you're going to have to train that in yourself. So it's going to take a while for the fine-tuning in the community to kick in. But the way I look at it is, because of the specs, and this might all change when the 5090 arrives, and the 5070 and all, when the new 50 range arrives and people get their hands on it, this might change, because suddenly you might be able to do 1280 by 736 with Han Yuan. Right now, that's a pipe dream. You need to go into the cloud and hire like an H100 or something to do that. You can do it, but you're going to pay for it, right? You can't just buy hardware and do unlimited generations at home, which is what you can do with Hunyuan and LTXV right now. So, as I say, 2-second video generation at 704 by, was it 430 or 340? I think it's 704 by 340. For 2 seconds, you might get, I can squeeze 3 seconds out of it. It's not really good enough, because if you want to upscale by 2x, it's going to take 500 seconds to clear those 73 frames. And also, the upscale doesn't have temporal stability. So what you really want is you really want the video model to actually, it always will look better like this. Even this, which what I'm doing here, this is super soft. Okay, super soft. If you look at it, the soft edges everywhere, right? But if I go look at my face swap, which looks a bit sharper, if you zoom in, it's flickery. See the flicker? And that's because there's no temporal stability on the face swapping. You see what I'm trying to say? So it's kind of like swings and roundabouts. What you get with one, you lose with the other, and what you don't get with the other, you see what I mean? Now, personally, I like LTXV, because in the same amount of time it takes me to do 3 seconds at a small res, I can do 720p generations native with 4 seconds, okay? And to be honest, I haven't even seen, this is why I'm glad you asked, because what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to do a 2-stage setup with this right now. I swear I turned the face swap off. There we go, turn the face swap off. So that was obviously a different... There we go. Now we've got the full video. So I'm going to save that because we're going to need that later. That'll be No Demon 005. We used to use the Detailer Demon in case you're wondering what the demon is. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this. So as you can see right now, this is what I call a 1-stage. Okay, so we load our model, we do our prompts, and in fact, while it's doing that and I'm gibbering, let's run this one and see if this prompt that we... I don't want to waste people's time. Oh, actually, see, that's no good. That's no good. If I put a person in front of this, it doesn't make any sense because it's like he's sitting in front of the desk. See, I think that what I'm going to end up having to do is do like 3 layers. So 1 layer for the desk in front of the newscaster, and then another layer for the newscaster, and then another layer for the empty room. So how about I just, before I jump into this 2-stage thing, I'm going to alter this prompt again. I'm going to say I only need the background for the newscaster sitting position. Focus on the back wall only. How about that? I need clean plates of the newsroom background so that I can put the news presenter in front of it. That's what I'm trying to do. So wall of monitors displays news graphics. See, that's kind of pointless, but I can work with that. I can work with that. It might be that I need to do a bit more legroom on my own. Right, so this is the one I'm going to do, the 2-stage demo. Okay, so let's just, stop that, open this up. And are we on fixed seed right now? Yeah, we are. Good. Okay, cool. So if off we go. So just to briefly explain why this is still generating different video, even though it's on fixed, okay? I'm using my variation video system. I have a system called String Painter V2. It's used for many things, but if you have a clamp on the variation of the hex code, which is injected at the end of a prompt, you can then fix the seed and enjoy variations of your video. So video variation, it works just like a video variation seed, okay? So that's what's happening. Looks like stock New York market. Yeah, it does. See, it was too generic. You know what I mean? It was too generic. It looked too much like, you know, because like I said, I don't want to have to rotoscope out the desk and then put the guy there. And also, look, it's tried to... Is that a chair or a TV? It's getting really confused. And also, none of this is legible, so it's like immediately obvious what I'm doing here. So, I mean, I suppose I could, like, you know, crop out with green screen and like put in some stuff, but what's the point? I just want a smart looking background. Yeah. Wow, is it nearly finished already? See what I mean? LTXV is just too fast. Oh no! Right, yeah. So this is going to require some work. Getting the video background is going to require some work. So how about we do an empty office? Let's do a new chat because he's starting to hallucinate already. Hunyuan. Or I want LTXV, that's what I want, sorry, LTXV. I've written a prompt agent, by the way. The source code is on my GitHub if you want to use it. So, how about I need to generate the video for the back wall in an office, plain as possible. Alright, because he gets the wrong idea. See, camera pans slowly. Static shot. We're going to do static shot. And I'll keep an eye on the generation. I just need it to match, that's all. And we can get back to the main topic of the day. So, first thing I'm going to do to convert this, so this is, like I said, one stage. This is like a traditional text-to-video workflow. So if you want to get a little bit more out of it, so this will enable you to get a little bit more bang out of your hardware. So what I'll do is I will just take this and put it down here. And in fact, we're going to take this as well, right? So we're going to disconnect that. Put that down there. So this will be the decode stage, all right? So there we have VAE decode, right? So I can say here, 2 stage, and then up here, we will have 1 stage, or stage, I should have said stage 1, stage 2, but I think you get the idea. And then what we're going to do is take denoised output and we're just going to do save latent, okay? So we're going to basically turn it into two jobs, all right? And if I just get a new group here and say decode.latent, all right? I'll put it like this and then drag that one out. Give me some space. There we go. Okay. And it's actually really simple. All I have to do is use my batch load latents. It's in there somewhere. Helps if I can actually type the right word. There we go. Load video batch frame. That's not what I want. Latent load. There we go, DJZ load latent v2. So the first one doesn't have batch support, so I'm going to take this one because it does. All right, I'll explain it, so don't worry. So I like to show text for the current file so I know which one it's actually working on, because this is actually an index of all the latent files which are currently inside my output folder. So what I can do is I can say, oh, well, I've already got 4, okay? So I know that 5 and beyond, that's going to be the new ones. Obviously, I am giving them names, okay? So if I say latent here, it'll give me, the file name will be latent.latent with numbers, okay? But it'll also be in this location. So let's just drag that in there. Like that. That'll do. So then what's going to happen is it's going to make the video, and then it's going to, I don't know, did I need to put it on denoised output? I can't remember now. Nope, it's just output. There is a difference between those two, and I'm not trying to get into that right now. Okay, so that will save the latent, and then this will load the latent. Okay, now obviously you don't run them both at the same time, because that would be silly, right? And the beauty of this is you can have it on increment mode, so then I can batch the number of latents I want, because it's much faster to just do the VAE decoding. This is the bit that takes up all the memory, but having them both at once means it has to hold something in memory, and video, the longer it is, the more is held in memory. So essentially this gives you a little bit of a bump in terms of capability. Okay, used this with Mochi when it first came out to great effect. We had people with 8GB GPUs that were able to do local video gen. So I don't know what the limit of this will be, but we'll find out. I'm not doing the face swapping right now. We're just looking at text to latent and then latent to video. So obviously if I go over here, look, I'm going to have to give a name to this. Decode latent, and then this would be encode latent. Let's just change that so it's more obvious on the thing. Encode latent. I could probably do like that, so it's got like stage 1, stage 2. Okay. 2, like that. There we go. So now we have stage 1 and stage 2. So you obviously don't use them both at once, right? We're going to use encode latent first. Yeah. So let's see how our scene is doing. It's pretty boring, but it is what it is. Okay. So this is for a purpose. There's a reason I'm doing this. So let's just get over to there and I'll show you. If I go open video, we're going to use that video, and then we go to this one and we use the video here, and we go for the background, right? So at the moment he's got a background. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm doing a little bit of ring painting to fix the edges when we put one video in front of the other video. Yeah. Will Smith asks, are you using STG in this workflow? Not in this one, but I am using it in this one. So this is STG, okay? But this is the version of STG before it got... this is... Yeah, yes. If you... Hang on. STG Guider. Check it out. Yeah? So before STG was actually part of LTX Video, it was part of LTX Tricks, and they called it Apply Perturbed Attention. Okay, so if you notice, look, rescale, scale, CFG, CFG, STG, rescale. So what does that tell you? STG is scale. It's even got the same settings. Well, actually, they've changed the settings now, but these are the settings that we use anyway. So obviously the guider is doing other stuff, alright, I'll grant that, but I'm just using a bit of a custom mix of the native support. This is native support, and community written custom nodes which predate the feature in 0.91. So I'm actually using double STG, because if you think about it, according to the people that make the model, they said that 0.9.1 has STG built in now. So I guess I'm doing double STG? I don't know. I'm just joking around there. But the point I'm trying to make is, yes, I'm using STG, but I'm doing it manually at the beginning. Because you've even got the, the attention override for block 14. So we're modifying the LTX model and doing it manually, and then passing that through to here. So this is the settings I'm using for generation. This might be a little bit different, but probably it's just a few more steps. Okay, and I know some people said you should try using DPMPP2M. I did make a sampler garden workflow where we basically established that Euler was pretty much, you know. How many steps max, says Melting Province? Well, interestingly, if you go over 30 steps, it's more or less diminishing returns, so you won't really notice the difference. But it can run as low as 20. So I think it depends on what you're actually generating. I'm trying to get photorealistic people that talk, okay? And you'll see why. You'll see why. But yeah, like I was saying, oh, of course it works on video too. This one is using live portrait. Is this one not using live portrait? The idea, use text to speech to make the speech in comfy. Yes. Although I had a long discussion with a friend of mine who used to be a former partner in crime with myself on previous lives, and I've got this thing. Let's just show you this before I go off on another tangent. Okay, so we've got our thing set up, so let's run this while we're waiting. So I need to get to the next step. Alright, so if I look at this now, if I was to queue up, say I've got a prompt thing here, so if I just go forward, newsroom prompts, okay? And then I've got my thing running. So what it's going to do, on fixed seed, yeah, fixed seed, fixed prompt, fixed, and then random hex code. So if I take a look at this, see that prompt, that hex code there? If I queue one up, it's not going to run, is it? Because of course it's already doing stuff. Right, so let's just do 4. So that's 5 queued now, right? So what will happen is it's going to do same prompt, same seed, different hex code. And then we're going to end up with a bunch of saved latents, which are going to be the same scene. So then after I've done that, I will swap over to decode mode. Because listen, how I actually use this is I will queue, I'll leave it on, or I'll just leave it on instant, and then I go home. Okay? So I leave it on instant and I just go home. And then when I come in the next day, there will be hundreds of latents saved. So then I go off, on, okay? And then I press R, which refreshes this list, okay? And then I look at the list and I go, oh, there's about 200. So I'll see, oh, well, the last one I made was 4. So I'll put the seed to 5, yeah, which would be, you know, you've got to imagine a long list here that you can't see. And it'll be on 5 and increment. And then I will queue up the number of latents that there are there. And what it'll do is it'll just, I can then go off and have breakfast somewhere. I'll come back a few hours later and all the videos are done. So this is the reason that I made this. 1, because you can run it on a smaller card. And 2, if you have a bigger card, you can do bigger resolution or longer frame length. So you get longer, larger resolution videos, okay? And then 3rd, I got sick of like endlessly queuing this, queuing that. This is why I made the batch version, so you can just do it silent or unattended mode. So I just leave it on all night, make as many videos as you can in 12 hours, right? Stop the queue, refresh the list, swap it over with the switch, okay? So obviously that's stage 1, that's stage 2, very simple. Like I said, once the list is refreshed, you'll be able to start it. See, this is just the index, so you can see what the numbers are. The number in brackets is the seed that you want to start from, right? And say there were 100 there, I'd queue up 100, and then I'd go off and have lunch. Because this side takes seconds per video, whereas this side takes minutes per video, right? So obviously, yeah, that's what the 2-stage technique is. And it basically means you could run this on an 8GB GPU, which is, I don't think I could get it running on a smaller GPU than that. to be honest. If you were going to run it on a smaller GPU than that, you're going to have to use like such a heavy quantization that it's probably going to look bad. You know what I mean? Eventually, it's like everything. And this is just to answer the question you just had again. Saw people using 150 steps. Okay, so the more steps you use, the longer it will take, and it's diminishing returns. Like I said, we can get really good looking video. I haven't got a good example. Okay, so that would be an example of the type of video that you're going to get from 30 steps. So it's like, is it going to be... This reminds me of the whole thing about rally cars and Formula One cars, right? A rally car is a production car that they whacked a turbo on and then they pulled all the seats out. You get really good performance, yeah? A Formula One car is like custom built from carbon fiber. You know what I mean? It's like glued together with the space age NASA tech, right? It's got the biggest engine, all the money. But the difference in performance between rally and Formula One is actually, you know, compared to a normal car that you would drive yourself, right? So it's like going from a normal car that you could just buy for $100, like a banger, yeah, like a used Ford, right? You buy something like that versus the rally car version, the performance jump is huge. But if you were to put that on a graph and then put the Formula One in, it's not double performance. It's less than double, right? If you go from a normal car to a rally car, that's a jump. If you then go from the rally car to the Formula One car, you see what I mean? It's not a big, it is a big difference, but not when you factor in the cost, yeah? Because the cost of a rally car is like tens of thousands of dollars. The cost of a Formula One car is millions, right? So this is what I'm trying to say. Diminishing returns. It's a rule. You can't escape diminishing returns. Nobody can. It's like, I don't know which law it is, but it's one of them. It's one of the laws of physics, diminishing returns. You can do as many steps as you want, but is it actually better? You see what I mean? Is it actually better, right? Okay. So anyway, I hope I've answered that question for you. Electrolab, 30 steps LTXV, good. TTS tangent, curious. Right, yes, you want to know about the text-to-speech tangent. Okay, so it goes like this. I have always done a lot of stuff with text-to-speech. You've probably never seen it because it predates this channel that I've been running since last year, right? With what I'm working on, we have repeatable characters. So let's say this is my first newscaster. Okay, it's a face swap. So that means that I could make as many of this guy, I could make different outfit, yeah, and he'll have the same face, right? We've already shown you guys, where is it? I've already shown you guys about the, don't tell me I've turned it, did I kill it? Here it is, lip sync, okay? So using Latent sync wrapper, we can do lip sync. So what am I saying here? Let's see if you can hear it over the music. So what I said there was recycling's very important because we have to bury it all in a landfill. And I did the to try and trick the lip sync, you know? I thought I could trip him up, but he actually got it right. So in case you want to hear this without my music playing, I will drop it into the image sharing section. You can join the Discord. The link's in the description of this live stream. What's Sonic done?
I wonder if more people have this Microsoft TTS inside company live.
That's really good. So he's doing text to speech, which is what we're trying to get round to, right? Whereas what I've done is I just spoke it with Audacity, you know? Now, obviously, you can make the audio sound better, you know what I mean? You can engooden the sound in many, 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 many ways. That's a whole area of its own. But at the moment, what I'm looking at is, does it look like the guy said what I'm saying? And it does, okay? If you don't know my voice, if you saw that for the first time, you'd be like, well, it looks a bit weird. It's obviously AI, but I think it passes the sniff test, right? So, and it's really quick as well. You literally just go add video, add audio. You've got it on ping pong, like I said, so then you can get 4 seconds of generation into 8 seconds of transcript. Okay. The only thing which I didn't count was that it changes the length of the video, which is why we're kind of going through everything again from scratch. Okay. But I'm developing out this technique. So what I want to do is I want to break free of this background. Okay. The background which I have right now, if you do a different version, say I use my video variation technique, okay, that's the actual face that it had. Okay, and I got a whole bunch of these. But look, look at the shelves. They're going to ban cars by 2030 and we'll all be walking. I'm just making jokes, okay? But if we go like this, look at the background, see? It's changing the stuff on the shelf, which is okay. But it's kind of, you know, I want to break free of the backgrounds. So I'm doing video background replacement next. So what do we have? We have the video. We have the lip sync stuff. And like I said, look how simple that is. It's so simple. It's just a couple of nodes, right? And then face swapped. We face swapped that guy. I mean, if you look at that again, look at the difference. So that's the face that came out of LTX, and that's with a reactive face swap. Really simple. Obviously, that's just a 1 second preview, so that's why it's like, okay? It's not the full video. Here's the full video. And then if we look at how that looks once it's been resynced to what's being spoken. And so what I'm saying is you could regenerate it as well to get a better seed, which might fit better. But ultimately, you're going to be using a scene with a guy, okay, which you're then going to put new audio to, and that's how you create your script, okay? Now, if I look at this one here, what I've got to do is I've got to get the scene under control. So that's what we're trying to do with this workflow. So what this workflow does is it takes a video and it takes a video background. That is a video background. I know it's not really moving or anything right now, but that is a video background. Okay. And then we end up with this. Okay. And then the next problem is, of course, look at this edge. Okay. The edge isn't great. So now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the edge better, right? And to that end, I came up with ring painting, which again, I'm just giving it a fancy name. It's just mask stroke or mask dilate. There's 100 nodes you could probably do this with. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking the mask from InspireNet RemBG, all right? And then I'm dilating or stroking or whatever you want to call it. And then we use that in the final pass. Still not finished yet, okay? And the reason was because there was a mismatch in the length of the videos. We finally fixed that, so now these match. It's got the same height, same width, same count. So now these match. It's not going to crash, I hope. Because what I was doing is I was using a meta batch manager to break up the 100 frames into divisions of whatever it is, and it being 105 isn't great. Because oh my god, what the hell I don't think 100, I think 105 only divides by itself. It's a bad number. Okay? I don't think, hang on, wait a minute, hang on. I mean, I go by 5, it'll divide by 5. It'll divide by 5, that's about it. So let me just open up thing and say, here we go. I was going to use a calculator and then I remembered I have an LLM. What numbers divide into 105? This is why people say that we're going to get stupider as well, by the way. 35. That's good. That's a nice chunk. So we could do it by 35s. That's a good chunk, that is. All right, so we got our answer. And so what do I do with my answer? I plug it in. 35. Take that off. And you might be wondering, well, what the hell is that? That is attached to all of the video loaders and all of the video combines. And so what it does is it uses 35 frame batches until it reaches the maximum number of frames in the video that I'm using, right? So the reason I've done that is to make it easier, all right? Okay. So we talked about diminishing returns. We talked about the two-step stuff. We talked about STG because Will Smith asked, and I'll always answer all the questions. But Electrolab brought up the TTS tangent because he's shared a pretty cool version of my video using the same dubbing nodes with his audio from text to speech. And I started talking about how I made a whole bunch of sounds, a bunch of fake voices and things. I've trained many speech models with RVC. I used to have the Colab for that, even though I don't really use Colab anymore. And I think I did do a video on speech cloning with what's the name of it? The virtual computer. Pinocchio with a K. Yeah. So if we go Pinocchio computer, right? There it is. So I've done a video which demos and explains, like a tutorial, how to install Pinocchio. It's pretty easy. You just open it, double click, and then where to find E5 F5 TTS. It's in their like library. They've got all kinds of stuff, right? And you can do a one-click install of Pinocchio, and then you've got a voice cloner. Okay, it runs in Gradio, but essentially you give it like 10 seconds of audio. It's so powerful nowadays. You give it 10 seconds of audio. Oh, there's a hugging space. Okay, so I can actually show you it right now. Wait a minute, does that say Mr. Fake Name? Is that the same Mr. Super Fake Name or a different Mr. Fake Name? I never noticed that until now. Is that you? You know who you are. You can DM me. Okay. Someone in our community, Mr. Super Fake Name, often pops up in the chat. I wonder if he wrote this hugging space. Who knows? Could be a different Mr. Fake Name. After all, it is a fake name. Do I want to use the microphone? I'll allow it just this once. So if I say, can I just record some audio? Is that what I can do here? Reference audio. Hey, wait. Hey, how's it going? I'm a voice. Please don't clone me. I do not give permission to clone my voice. And now I'll say, I'm selling everything I own. You have permission to auction it all. And then I'll just click synthesize. And then I'll play this back. I'm selling everything I own. You have permission to auction it all. It sounded demented. You have permission to auction it all. Okay. The point is, that was just slapdash, okay? And it might even be that E2 is better. But I'll leave that to you guys to mess around with if you want to have a little experiment, okay? The point I'm trying to make is that this is probably one of the fastest speech cloners out there, because you don't need to, I didn't train anything, did I? All I did was I spoke for 8 seconds, okay, and then I typed something, and then I immediately have cloned my own voice. It's not the best in the world, but it's definitely fast, and it didn't require any training. So that's actually crazy, okay? Obviously I could do a voice chat with myself live, but anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. So I'm an advocate for text-to-speech, and I've done a whole bunch of stuff with speech models on private work in the past. You know, training private speech models for people that are running like adventure games in the cloud with LLMs driving the speech and all this good stuff. I'm NDA'd, so I can't say much more than that. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm a big fan of the LLM text-to-speech. However, and this is an interesting point, when you watch a sketch show like Monty Python or SNL, yeah, you could be looking in the opposite direction, and when you hear your favourite comic come on, you know it's him. If you hear Shane Gillis on SNL, you know he's on it immediately. You see what I mean? Because it's his voice. And even though speech models can clone, you know, effectively they can clone the voice well, it's never going to be as good as the real thing. And here's the sort of top-down view here, yeah? Right now, I've got characters in front of video backgrounds. Now, obviously there's some effort involved in getting a library of backgrounds, but once you've got them that work, you don't actually need that many. So, you know, in the newsroom, in the back room, in the coffee room, on location, right? The on location ones are easier as well. So, and then with the face swap stuff, it only needs to be close, right? And then the dubbing, the lip sync stuff makes it say whatever you want. So then what you do is you get a gang of people that can do funny voices, okay? Because all of the effort was everything else. Once you've written a script, you've got a choice. Do you make it 100% AI? And a lot of people are going to look at it and dismiss it because they'll go, oh, it's 100% AI. Do you see what I mean? Oh, it's just AI video with AI audio and AI... and then they'll dismiss it. But if it's real voices, right, suddenly they're like, who's this guy? I've heard this guy before. And so one thing I'm trying to work on is like a show where you've got a bunch of stupid stuff, a bunch of silliness, right? You've got a bunch of silly stuff going on. And if you're the sort of person that can do a couple of accents, it's perfect. Because you can make AI character in AI place. And like I said, it's repeatable, controllable. You've got control over it. It's a process. But then you put your own name on it. And I think that's actually the cherry on top. Because even though you could do an AI voice, I think that people will relate to the fact that it's your voice. Or they'll go, oh, that's a person talking, right? And so then it becomes the skill of having it match what they're seeing on the screen. And to be honest, if you look at some animation, it's not, you know, if you look at some animation like cartoons, it's actually barely matching. Do you know what I mean? Like, the mouth movements barely matches what's being said, okay? And I've made it before in the past where you can just have the sound in After Effects or Premiere drive what's selecting the mouth movements, yeah? So you have a bunch of phonemes, which are just mouth shapes, and then you have a script which is matching up the phonemes to the sound, and it's actually pretty good. Do you know what I mean? Because you don't actually need that many states. You don't need that many states to run lip sync like the traditional way. And so anyway, I don't want to go crazy. I am going crazy. So has it actually finished yet? What's it doing? Doesn't seem to have done the bit down here. Did I never actually click? Oh. It's trying to do a video compare. Damn, I knew there was another problem. See, the joke is when I put this together, I put it together with a select frame 25 because I was like, yeah, that will work if this doesn't. This doesn't work. Crap. Yeah, it's stuck. Okay. Okay, take it on the chin. Take it on the chin. That's my bad. So now it's going to move on to the next thing it was doing, which is something completely different. Yes. See, all I'm trying to do is get to the point of being able to actually see what the benefit of this is, because I've got a theory that this is going to be how I solve the edges, right? So if we look here, we've got video background. You can see it's moving. You've got person in front, person in back. Only trouble is, look at this weird outline we've got. And there's a bunch of ways we can fix that, but I think that is what I'm thinking. Will Smith, very interesting stuff. I'm out. Take care. Thanks for joining. Always appreciate you coming along. Like I say, first time viewers, maybe we'll see you again next time. Unless, of course, you aren't a first time viewer, you were just a first time chatter. That's also a possibility, right? So now we're getting back to the multi-stage. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. So it's now doing... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it is. It's doing these. So for the next 5 generations, it's actually going to be doing latents. It's saving video to latent. Now, I've got to admit, it's actually a lot faster than it used to be. Like Hunyuan is actually quite fast. I was surprised, actually. It was like you were looking at 1 minute and 10 seconds, 1 minute 20 for 73 seconds with 704 by 304, right? So that's the video quality I was showing you in Discord earlier. So that would be all of these ones, you know, the Master Chief, Bumblebee, bunch of anime stuff, right? That was all Hunyuan, right? But here's the thing. And here we go, yeah. And Hunyuan was really good at the drift cars, the drift car video edit. In fact, I may as well just pull that up on the screen real quick so you can see that. Where are we? Okay, so if can I just view this one? Yeah, there we go. All the time. What the heck? The AdCon. What? Are you kidding me? AdCon? Are you joking? It's an advert for a convention about adverts. Are you serious? Welcome to AdCon, guys. Learn about ads. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I lose the plot a little bit. I'm like, what? And look, it's still there. Ad clients. Guys, come to AdCon. Yeah, I'd rather stay home and eat fish. I would actually stay home and eat fish, though. Don't get me wrong, I'm not being sarcastic. I would actually just eat fish. But yeah, here we go. So here we have a bunch of stuff. I've obviously glitched them because that was the whole intention. I made a bunch of glitch nodes, so I wanted to data mosh pretty hard. But you can see at night, you can barely, you know, look, it's going backwards. Apart from the occasional mistake, like the car's driving backwards or it just suddenly changes direction, you can't, and occasionally you get like an SD 1.5 car, you can't really tell if you're just a casual viewer that this isn't real cars that have been glitched. They're very, very close. It's very close to real footage in this here. And I haven't upscaled, okay? I haven't done any upscaling because it was hundreds of clips. It would have taken days. So I just made them bigger, okay, to get to HD. You know, I just scaled up, not upscaled, scaled up. No AI involved. And so you can actually tell if you pause the video when it's not glitched out, you can tell that's not. Look at the movement of the camera and stuff like that. That's the giveaway. It's actually quite easy to spot. Like there, that was unnatural. You see that change of the camera angle there? Totally unnatural. Right here, what the hell's going on? Were you able to link all clips automatically? I didn't need to because I processed all of the clips and then I used a tool. No. Just so you know, I used this. So using Claude, using Claude, right? It's got to go back a few steps to answer that question. He just asked me, Zug just asked, were you able to link all of the clips automatically or manually? And the answer to that question is a bit more complicated. I made a piece of software 2 months ago now called Shuffle Video Studio with Claude. You can see how many chats we've had to get this to work, and this is all the files. Okay. And then if I go into the actual GitHub, where's the GitHub at? No. I swear I was just there. Did I close it? Oh, it's on the other window. Right. So what I did was I wrote this open source under MIT, so go ahead and steal the code, use it for whatever you want. But essentially it is a web UI which does split, beat split, shuffle, join and beat join. So the music which is being played in that video, the music that's being played here is my AI music all the time from the track from the album 21. You can get the link to Spotify for the full album there as well. But what I've done is I've generated hundreds of clips, just like I told you I did, okay? So I used the two-stage process. Where is it? I used this two-stage process, okay? Not exactly this workflow, because I just built this one, but a similar workflow, just like this one, GJuff with two-stage for Hunyuan, okay? Made all my clips. And then I've got a data moshing workflow, which has got video batch. So if I say here, load video batch directory, okay? So I've put a seed on the index. You see how there's an index? So you put the path to your folder of videos there, and then you put a primitive, and you hook that into the index, put it on increment, and then I batch the job for the number of videos in the folder, right? And then the workflow itself is essentially stealing frames, doing data moshing, inserting them back into the video, stealing a different set of frames, doing a different data mosh effect, putting it back into the video, okay? And then I iterated through all of the videos, so they're all glitched in the same way. So it's like done with a method, because I knew what BPM I was going to be using, so I wanted it to try and match it to the beat. You see what I mean? And then what I've done is I've gone into this studio here, so you download it, install it, it runs on your computer. And essentially, if I look at this, so on beat split, you put the video, which actually I did do that. But I didn't do, no, I just went straight to shuffle. So yeah, if I go back to the repo, there's actually something I wrote called Comfy Convert, and in there you've got a script. So if I have a folder full of videos that came out of Comfy UI, they've got a slightly different naming structure. So what this does is you run the Python, and it will rename them all to like clip _ 000, whatever the numbers were, right? So it's still the same file, the same numbers, but slightly different file name. And then what that does is you can just skip the beat split and stuff, because it's built to take a big video and split it into chunks, right? By either bars, because that's beat split, or under standard split, seconds. Then you go into the shuffle tab, and there's a whole bunch of different options in the shuffle tab. I swear I updated the thing so that you could see those. Maybe if I go in here, Web UI shuffle modes. There we go, now you can see it, right? So the shuffle modes, you got simple, which just renames everything with a hex code, so it's randomized. Size reward, which orders them by file size, and then you get to select a percentage, and then it takes like the top 40% by file size. Yeah. Obviously we're talking about segments, so that would be lots of 3-second long clips in this case. And then obviously we've got color mode, which is similarity and transition, so you can pick, like, it'll try to put light videos first and dark videos later. And then there's actually a new mode which you can't see here called motion, but you have to have FF glitch which is the Glitch Artist Collective version of FFmpeg. If you have that installed to Path, you can use motion extraction, which basically makes a JSON of where what direction is the camera movement for every video, and then it tries to put them together. I call it natural eye. So it's like it tries to lead your eye around the screen as it puts clips together. So it's less of a shuffle, I guess, and more of a natural order by the way your eye works. Because if you are looking at the top right of a video, you don't want it to suddenly change to a video where something's happening in the bottom left. You want something to happen in the top right, which takes you down to the bottom left, and then maybe the next clip goes from the bottom left. You might be talking about panning left, panning right, looking up, looking down, that kind of thing. So I wanted to see if AI could do that kind of thing for us, and it can. But it does take forever. Okay, I'm not going to lie, it takes forever. And I actually do say that in here, look. If you see here, I've put the clip. So I did DJZ nodes with batch video directory, batch thief, batch range swap, multiple DJZ data mosh nodes to mosh the videos. Then I took the remaining clips, converted them to shuffle video studio format. That's that script I was just telling you about. Before doing natural eye sorting with motion extraction after completing size penalty at 60%. So it looks like I actually stacked it. I forgot about that. So obviously that would be size reward 60%. The reason I did that would be because I had 10 minutes of video and a 5-minute song. So, if you have 10 minutes of video and a 5-minute song, if I was just to do what I did, it's going to miss a lot of content. So what I did was I did the size reward first to try and get because I'm exploiting the compression of MP4. When there's more keyframes, if you have, say you have a folder of 100 clips that are all 3 seconds long, the larger ones will be brighter, they'll have more keyframes, and there's probably more color changing happening. So you could argue, simplify that down, shortcut to more interesting. Doesn't work every time though. So if you were to mix light footage and dark footage, it will always favor the light footage, because something a lot of people don't know is daylight footage takes up more memory than nighttime footage. Because I think it's something to do with the fact that the black pixel is less bytes. Okay, don't quote me, but there is a bias towards brighter footage. But again, if you just have a folder of all dark footage, then they're all sort of on an even footing, so it does still work. It's only if you mix up different colours. I've actually got a whole folder full of examples on that, but this is going back a few streams now. But essentially what I was trying to do with this tool was make an instant shorts or an instant edit, AI edit tool. And it does work for montages. So if you've got video game footage and it's just one match, and then you have a 1 minute long song, you can do beat split on the clip, and then you can do shuffle with size reward. So if you have 10-minute long video clip and 5-minute long track, you do 50%. It's going to pick the top. It's like the old anyway. And then you can do beat join with the same song, okay, same song, and then the resulting folder. You see how it gives you a folder? So once you've got the shuffle done, it gives you a folder. You take that to beat join with the same track. Off you go. So I know that's quite a long answer to a simple question, Zug Zug. He's like, did you link them automatically? The answer is yes, but I had to write my own software first. So yes, I did. Okay, next question. My Hunyuan videos come out animating forward, then animate backwards like a rewind. How come? And then Electrolab has told him to check the ping pong. Yes, that's exactly what I would have told him as well. Thank you, Electrolab. Yeah, it's the same thing. If I go to my loader lip sync thing, I did mention this earlier. You're looking for this checkbox, by the way. But basically, just there, look, ping pong. Could also do trim to audio, actually. That's a good one for what I want to use it for. But ping pong can come in handy. Say I have a 4-second video and I want to lip sync 6 seconds of audio over a 4-second video. If I do ping pong, the first 4 seconds will be the video playing forwards, and then he'll kind of move funny. You see how at the end when he said landfill, he actually started playing the video backwards for a second there. Some weird facial movements. So this is how, you know, ping pong can be selected there as well. Looped audio works, but only if... I would only use that if the video is actually a looping video, and most of them aren't. So ping pong is a great way to get around that. And then I probably should use trim to audio, so the video stops when the audio stops. Okay. Yeah, thanks Electrolab, I appreciate that. Sometimes it takes me a while to get round to answering the questions. So there's a whole... Do you know what? There's so much that can be done. For example, say I was doing a news report on a drift, like a drift event, okay? I could get my audio, I could get my generations, okay? I could get my generations here, and this is done with audio, so you know that this doesn't have audio when it's generated, but I've got a workflow out that uses the audio to generate, like, it just sees what's there. Did you hear that? It's kind of hard to hear it because it speakers into a microphone, but that's not bad. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's not bad. Like that, I've seen worse. And then obviously I had to try doing it with video game footage, so much higher res, and I'm using 3-second chunks. It got the tire screech right. Did I do a 30-second clip? Obviously I didn't upload it. And then we've been messing around with these for a while. And then, like I said, last night we were messing around with upscaling. So this is actually an 8K image. Okay. 8K image with face swap. So you can see the pips are missing. Right? Can we zoom in on that? Oh my god. 8K, guys. It's my man Titus. Alright, what else have we got? So I think that we're done. So I'm going to queue another one up here and go back to the 2-stage. Just in case there's anybody still here. Because like I said, it takes so long. It takes so long. Right. So here we have it. If I just do a refresh over here, it's going to request it. I don't know if we're going to get there. Yep, there we go. So if you see here now, see this? These are the latents that were saved while we've been talking about various other things. Now remember, the latent index is irrelevant. This doesn't select anything. It's purely a list, because you might have hundreds of latents. I don't know, you know? So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this one here. Latents, right? 5. How many are there? There are 5. So what I would do is I would queue 5 like that on increment. Go and watch 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So that's me queuing up all of those. In fact, I think I queued up 10 and there is no 10. So it's probably going to throw an error when it comes to doing that last one. Alright, so I'll keep an eye on it because we're actually doing something else right now. We're doing this right now, I think. Yes. So right now it's doing the resize, which technically it doesn't need to do because they are actually already the same size. They're both 1280. So this is one of the things. I took the time to just generate the background and the foreground with the same settings. Okay, so now it's going to do the blend, and we should get the same thing here. What happened was I had a bunch of comparison stuff, and because that failed, it stopped it from doing the ring. Ah, yeah, finally. Ah! List index is out of range. Damn it. Ah! So it won't let me do the chain. That was a chain method. I was hoping that would work. So let's see, what's the best way to get around that then? I mean, I could just save that video and just treat this like a separate workflow so I can actually see it work, and then I'll just disable the top. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just... Oh wait, you can't do that because you need this. And because of the batch control... Nonsense. Well, I suppose what I could do, there's a couple of things I could do. I could mute the batch control and just try and do the whole thing in one go, but it will be a little bit of a ugh. Because technically I actually need this bit to run it. But I don't really want to do the whole thing. See, what I'm trying to do here, just to give you some insight on what I'm trying to do. Hey, Coco Sloan, welcome. Glad to see you. And Electrolab says, I wish ping pong would reverse audio too. I guess you could send a rewound audio and concatenate. Yeah, we're shockingly, a lot of the audio stuff is in custom nodes. I keep meaning to go back and show some of it off as well, because I found some really amazing community-built audio-based custom nodes. But like I said, I've been trying to get back to audio for a while. Enjoy Chaos, welcome! Welcome, Enjoy Chaos. Okay, so he just said, hi guys. Did I miss any comments? I think I got them all. Yeah, we're up to date. So basically right now I've got a bit of a problem, which is a problem I've created for myself. Mostly because... Oh, I see. Hang on a minute. I think I figured it out. I've just got to do a separate one because it thinks it's finished. Okay. Wait, has it just rendered all them videos as well? What? Oh, no. It actually errored out on the latents. Okay, we'll have to come back to that then. So it errored out, but then it errored... Oh, wait, what? Hang on. Let's just cue this, and then I'll go and have a look at the other thing. Here. No, here. Yeah. Tuple index out of range. Huh. What have I done to break this then? This worked yesterday. What have I done to break it? I've got people literally contacting me saying, wow, it works great. Is it because I asked it for one that doesn't exist? That shouldn't have broken them all. Look, it looks to me like 7 of 9 broken. They're all broken. Huh. And it's definitely the correct VAE. What have I done here? I've done something funny. That's weird. So it actually failed. It failed. When I load the latent... That's strange. So... we saved the latent. I also noticed that I told it to do file name latent, and it didn't. The file names are actually latent comfy UI. Latents. What? Oh, crap. Do you know what I've done? What a sausage. What an absolute sausage I am. So you see this here? That's the one I should be doing. I rendered the wrong one. God knows what they are. They're from a different workflow, look. So, see, latent underscore dot latent. If you look at the file name where I've saved it, latent is the file name. Zoda, one stage, latent. This is how I know which ones is correct, right? And I just basically loaded completely the wrong ones. Because you can make a latent file for any model architecture. So essentially, that's my bad. I'm used to them adding on to the end. But for some reason, they add on to the beginning now. So that's just a slightly different way that Comfy is behaving. I don't control how it lists things. You would think that X comes after L, wouldn't you? Maybe it's because it's a capital X. Maybe capital letters come first and then lowercase letters come second. It could be as simple as that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is, actually. I've seen the same thing in LoRa loading. If I open up LoRa, load LoRa, see how capital letter, and then if we go into Flux Civet, capital letter A, and we go all the way through the alphabet, we get to the end of the alphabet, and then look, lowercase a, same folder. So I think that's what it is. Alright, so now we've figured that out. Basically what I need to do is I need to say there's 5 of them there, so I'm going to do 5. I'm going to start at 0. There we go. So now we actually get to see that work. What's the next problem? Yeah, there we go. It's working now. So let's just watch these get rendered because it'll be almost instant. Off you go. Oh, this guy's got a bit of a table in front of him. I wonder what he looks like on the... And remember what I said about the string painting method? That's how we're getting slightly different video each time. It's very subtle, but it is a different video every time. See how much quicker it is? See, the last part is the easy part. This is like just decoding a latent file into a video. It takes virtually no time at all. But holding that video in memory sometimes can cause an overhead. You know, the smaller your GPU is, the more you'll notice it. So, because like I said, sometimes to get a slightly bigger video or a slightly longer video is actually a negligible difference. But if you run out of memory, you run out of memory. So, Enjoy Chaos says, just skip through. The glitch stuff looks amazing. Do you know what I might do? I might just pull up that workflow real quick so you can see how I've done that. So in my DJZ nodes examples folder, you will see examples for every single node that I've written. Some of them are in DJZ Datamosh. And what you want to do is you want to get probably MoshStack v2 gives you the best overview on how to use it, but there's also sequential selection, which is a little bit newer. All right, so I'll grab them both and show you real quick. It's very easy to do. It's very easy to do, thankfully. Although the motion, there's one of them called style transfer, which applies motion vectors from one video to another video. You have to install ffglitch as a path. So if you don't do that, just don't use that node, and you'll be able to use the rest of them. I think that's good advice. Right. So I've downloaded both of those workflows, and we've rendered all of these videos. Look, slightly different every time. Slightly different every time. And you can control how different they are by increasing this number here. Bigger number means more variation. Other than that, it's automatic. You just have to fix your seed, make sure your prompt is the same. I use a prompt list, so I fix that as well. And just make sure it's on 32-bit. I mean, hey, if you use this workflow, you don't have to worry about it. It's already baked in. If we just find a free window here, there's one. Oh yeah, this was fun. We did this yesterday. This one is in the workflow pack. Under, I think, did I put it in the upscaling tools? I don't remember. Okay, pull this in. So we'll do the simple one first. So this is the simple one. So we load a video, which is car drifting. Yeah. So we load car drifting, right? Or driving, I guess. We take from video info the source FPS and we plug that into the end. But you could just say 24 frames per second. And then we're going to use batch thief. So what's coming out of this is a batch of frames, which is, I think it's like 105 frames. It might be 73, I forget. So I say I want the first second, 0 to 25. I have muted that one, so we're not using it. I'm just going to use delta repeat, and then we're going to do batch range swap. So what's going to happen there is, it's going to take the first second, it's going to do a data moshing effect, and then it's going to swap it back into the sequence. I'm then going to steal a different range of frames and use a different data mosh node. So this one's pixel sort V7 with hue on 0.5 with 0 rotation, and it's on multipass. So it's actually going to use all 4 types for that one. And then we swap it back in. So again, look, it's the same range, 20 to 45, 20 to 45. And then we go again, we take, so now this is the sequence. So that goes into the target sequence. We steal another bunch of frames, right? And we do a slightly different glitch technique. And then we swap that back in. So that means you can actually determine exactly where you do your effects by frame count. So I know it sounds a bit clunky, but if you have your clip, you can look at it and go, okay, so that's like 3 seconds. So you can say first second, car is coming across, second, car is going away, third second, city at night, right? Toog stuff, mountain toog stuff, or toogay if you prefer. The point is, we're going to go 40 to 73, do the last one, do the last batch range swap, so that goes back in, and that's it. So what does it do? Batch thief, batch range swap, match start end to steal frame and swap them back into batch. Allows processing of stolen batch range. So then you end up with a video like this. Now obviously the better your video is, the better the moshing will look. But I wanted to show people what they could get away with if they generate AI video and then data mosh it. And then obviously put it to music and make a whole video. Okay? So then you end up with something like this. So this is how I made this one. Okay? It's actually, you'd be surprised, I wrote the nodes with Claude. So I used AI to write the nodes, to generate the video, to glitch the video, to put it together with a program I wrote in AI to music that I also made with AI. And they say there's no process. You just need an idea and then follow it through. That's all you need to do. This is why humans with AI will take the jobs. Humans without AI are just giving the jobs away. That's the way. That's what it is. You know, AI isn't going to take any jobs. It's just humans using AI that are going to take the opportunities. Because what is a job? A job is an opportunity you applied for and you got it, right? You know, I like to say sometimes that you can have the fastest racehorse, but we live in a world where cars exist. So you need a car, and that's, you know, the car is AI. Yeah, sure, you can have the best racehorse, but you're never going to beat me because I have a car now. And so everyone is going to slowly get cars. That's what's going to happen. It's inevitable. You know, you can stick to riding your horse around. There are plenty of people who still ride horses, and nothing wrong with that. You know, plenty of need for horses. I'm just saying, like, if you want to be competitive, because that's what getting work is. Getting work is competitive, you know. And if you can show that you are capable with the new tools, you'll get hired. It's just a question of doing the work. Anyway, so let's see what else we had. So what's this? Oh yeah, it's trying to run ads on my stream. So if I go into the next one, the next video. So the next video I did was daytime, right? And I wanted to, because the thing is, nighttime footage, it's really easy. Yeah, 2030, we're all going to be walking. Yeah. Until they ban AI, and then you're not allowed to drive your car anymore. They'll say, AI's bad for the environment. Only us. It's only for us and not for you. That's what you'll probably end up happening. Just like cars. Okay. First you have to pay. Then you have to pay more. Then they ban you. Okay, so obviously daytime footage is a lot harder to get away with because you can kind of tell. Hang on a minute, that's not what car is that? That's not. Wait a minute. Hang on. So the glitching actually helps to hide the fact that it's not the best footage. But I did curate it. This isn't just random clips. I made 300 clips of night footage, and I rejected 100 of them. I made 400 clips in day footage, and I rejected 200 of them. So it was a much higher rejection rate. And when I say, well, what did I reject? I'm glad you asked. I know you didn't ask, but segue. My Happy New Year 2025 shows why some clips get rejected. GTA 5 physics, mate. Do you like that? How'd you like that? Very inventive transportation methods. So these are just some of my favorite rejections. Okay? So it's like, yeah, the video stuff's getting good, but what a lot of people won't tell you is there's a lot of I call it, see, I say curation, but what I mean is cherry picking. You see what I mean? Oh, the process with the carvids. Let me show you. It's the same exact workflows that I've been showing you all night. So let's see, we've still got a problem. Still got a problem. Okay, we'll come back to this because it's still got a problem. Let me show you. So what I have, okay, obviously I've already showed you the source code, right? So if I'm on this video here, I can go, I showed you Video Studio, Shuffle Video Studio. If I go to my thing, and then I go, I think it's in LLM base prompts. There we go. We got Hunyuan Video Prompt Gen, and we got LTXV Prompt Gen, right? So I was using Hunyuan. So this right here is the code which you can use as a LLM prompt, right? So you use all three of these files, okay? So you drop them into your conversation and tell him to use them. And they're guidelines and examples. So you've got examples of all the prompts that came from the author that made the Hunyuan model. Then you've got the prompt which is used by their LLM to fix your prompt, okay? So I don't know if you noticed, but when you look at Hunyuan, you'll notice that it uses lava. Do I have a Hunyuan open? I must have one somewhere. Where is it? Okay, maybe I don't have one open right now. But it uses, I think from memory, it uses an LLM as one of the text encoders. Okay? And so if you take a look at this is a prompt that came from the author, right? You are a large language model specialized in rewriting video descriptions. Your task is to modify the input description, preserve all information, including style words and technical terms. If the input is just one or two words describing an object or person, provide a brief, simple description focusing on basic visual characteristics. Limit description to 1 to 2 short sentences. If the input does not include style, lighting, and atmosphere, you can make reasonable associations. Output, all must be in English. I think it did have additional rules about not writing in Chinese, okay? But that is basically that's from the author. I didn't write this. It's in their documentation, okay? And then finally, this is the bit I wrote. So this is a slightly more detailed version of what they just said, okay? But it's basically the same thing. Shot type, subject, environment, style, technical, okay? Same thing. And so what this does is you load this into an LLM like Claude as a project. I've been through this many times, so I appreciate if you've already seen this. Thanks for hanging on while I just explain this for Enjoy Chaos. So if I look at the Hunyuan video prompt agent, you'll notice it has those 3 files. Okay, and there is no project instruction on this one. And now these are all the things that I've run. Cool. This coffee is making me burp like crazy. So we have race driving video prompts and we have daytime. So I've already shown you the nighttime ones. This is the daytime ones. So what I've said is I attached the list of prompts that I made beforehand, which is the nighttime stuff. And I've said I've attached a prompt list which has a 60% success rate. Please use predefined guidance and examples. So that would be the examples file and those text files, right? To create 20 more prompts that match Drift 2 theme. However, I need them to be daytime only, always the same car, custom Nissan Silvia, which is white. And there you have it. Super simple. And then I'm like, now create 20 more, which is not low angle tracking shots, because I noticed these are all low angle tracking shot, right? And I wanted some variety. So then it's given me aerial drone, medium follow, high angle, side mounted gimbal, bird's eye, chase car, static. It's come up with all kinds of stuff, right? And then I've said, now give me 10 more, but they must all be chase cam, because I wanted more chase cam stuff. So then all of these 20 are chase cam. I stuck all of them into a text file. I put the text file into my Comfy UI, so I go Comfy UI, I go Custom Nodes, I go into my Custom Node pack, which is in here somewhere, and I've got a folder called Prompts. All of the text, so the text file with all the prompts goes in here, and then when I'm doing my generation, I use my prompt list node, Zenkai Prompt V2. You just pick the ones you want, and off you go. And yeah, and that's why sometimes motion flies off like crazy, because, right? Do you know what I mean? It does random stuff. Do you know the most common problem that I actually had with those videos was not flying cars. There was only like 7 in 400 that actually did that. So they were very rare happy accidents, is what I would call them. But no, the thing which actually was the most... Let's see if we can find it. It'll be at the end of D2. Yeah, here we go. No. Okay, right. Now we're getting somewhere. View large icons. Right. Because when I started off, it was just basically making a whole bunch of... See, this actually is... See, that's one of the best ones. Oh, sheesh. That's too good. It looked so good. Drifting clips, Project D. Maybe it's Project D. Okay, come on. I need to see the thumbnails, guys. Are you not going to tell me? I'm not good enough to know the thumbnails today. Not even for these ones. Ah, here we go. Good. Is it that one? Yeah. These are like early, real early. So they're not even these. Most of these didn't even make it into the final cut. And if I try one, I bet he's driving. Yeah, look at this. Backwards. There was so many that were driving backwards. In fact, I wish I could just hang on. We get some real random stuff. Let's see if I can find it. Aha! This is what gave me the idea. I realised that some of these were coming out like strong. Some of these were strong. I was like, wow, it has a really good memory of cars. And so I thought, okay, show me. And look, they're all going backwards. It's so crazy. They're all going backwards, no matter what. Whoa, that's not how you go round a corner. It's like they had a bit of rope attached to the back of the car and it got stuck on a pole and they all swing round. Look, again, it's the reverse, wait, your reverse rally. Yeah. And I've got so many of these. Oh, wait, that one's not bad. That's not bad. Yep, he's going backwards. What about this one? That's all right, but it is low quality. Got it in the rain. POV driving. Whoa! That was a crazy corner. Whoa! So yeah, this is what gave me the idea to do drift stuff, because I was like, it's got a good idea of what cars are, and I thought, I wonder if we can go sideways. Obviously. How could I not? And I think it does look good. If you get good generations, you see what I mean? This is the same prompt. That's before I got the prompt list. So some of them look better than others, you know what I mean? But yeah. Okay. So he asked me, what was it? Okay. 5090 racehorse in a motor. But the machine spirit, it's true. I have to do all of my blessings and incantations and seals early in the morning. Zug says, Lamau, enjoy chaos. What was the process with making the car vids? That's why I just explained all of that. I should have read your question out. I don't remember if I did. Enjoy chaos. LOL. Full Dive Media reminds me of Kung Fury. Yes, do you know what? Kung Fury is an excellent example of green screen and overdubbing. Yeah? And it's pretty much what's giving me the idea of what I'm working on right now, this whole thing. Just do silly voices, repeat the characters, make him say something else. I don't know why it crashed again. Well, it didn't crash. It's getting stuck because it doesn't seem to be able to load this video. So, and it's, see, it's not actually managed to do this yet, which is kind of surprising. It's because it's never managed to do this yet. Yeah, it can't do it yet because it's never got that far. Okay, I got one last thing because I think it's this which is causing the problem, the batch control. If I just literally pass this straight into here and mute that and mute that, now it's not needing this video. It's very strange though, because normally if you say, take this video and then load this video, that should work. So I think it's the meta batching stuff which I'm trying to experiment with. It's like too many experiments, you know what I mean? Right. So we have our dude. He's not face swapped though. That's the only thing. He's not face swapped. And again, what I could do is I could set up a separate run so I could do a batch on this. Probably give me an opportunity to show you the batch loader actually. So while this is running, what I'll do is I'll set that up. So currently what we've got is we've got the face model creator And then we've got the batch mode, which I've got turned off. But what if I wanted to turn off all of that and then make a version of this? I'll probably make a new workflow like that. Yeah. Okay, so batch thief again is like a preview technique, so I can just do a quick run to see if it works. So I probably will just delete that, but yeah. If I go load video directory, right? And then remember that this one is saving to a specific path. Where is it? This one is saving to Zoda 2-stage STG, okay? So if I now find that, I'll go Zoda. Wait a minute. Oh, it's LTX Demon Flux. Yeah. 2-stage. So here we have it. This is the videos that we just made, right? Okay, like that. Go like this. Control C. And put that as the path. Do a primitive so that we've got increment control on the index. Yeah. Put it on increment. Now at the moment the pattern is star, so that's everything, right? So I want to make it star dot MP4, so it only does video, right? I mean, it should just do video anyway, but I'm just being careful. So plug that in there. Plug this into, show text is fine actually. Show text is fine. I don't care which one you use. It's just so I can see which file name it's actually on. I'm not going to be skipping any frames. I'm not going to be doing any max frames. Essentially, this is the funny thing. Batch thief, if I was to put 25 and 49, that's the same thing. Okay? It's the same function. All right? If that makes sense. So, yeah. Anyway. There's often like 8 ways to make an omelette in Comfy UI. You can quote me on that. Okay, so what this will allow me to do is say I've got 5 videos here. So I've got 5 videos I can queue. Oh wait, it does actually help if you delete all those jobs. Right. It does help if you unmute the workflow though. And again, got to go back to 0. All right. And so what we're going to do is we're going to swap them all, and I'm going to mute that because I don't want to. I want to just do the whole video. We're using Titus face, just like this one is Titus face. Off he goes. Ah, what have I missed now? Right, I just got to connect that, and it needs a project name. I'm gonna just undo the project name real quick and just type something in. Yeah, we'll say Titus face. Go. Okay, there we go. It's done. All right. So this is done. I've showed you how to do the latent offload. I think I might actually just save this. Might as well save this. But hang on, where do we do the face swap when we're doing it this way? I guess you make it part of this stage. Yeah, so, okay, so that's actually fine. If you have it like this, so I better put that lower so it's a bit more obvious. But yeah, if you have decode latent and face swap on, that is still going to work. I see people get really confused with this 2-stage business, and I know it is complicated, but you know, when you open it up, it should look like this. and it will save the latents. It's just the problem is that people don't remember, they don't see the video where I explain how to use it, and they don't read the, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to be like, oh, they didn't read it, because that's not really fair. That's not really fair. They probably did read it. I just probably forgot to put the instructions in all 20 places that I shared it. You know? It's not 20 places, I'm just exaggerating. But yeah. I have explained this multiple times, but it's probably under Mochi, not LTX. Like I said, this is why I need to do the standalone guide videos, because I'll explain this kind of thing in the guide videos. And in a way, these live streams are great because I get to sort of practice in a way. I get to run through all these explanations many, many times. And then by the time I get to the video, it's like bang, 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 you know? Get the information out and it's done. But yeah, so like I said, native GJUF LTX video with face swap. Obviously there's going to be a Hun Yuan version coming next. I'm just trying to get this video background stuff sorted out. We've done so much work on upscaling and background video. Like I said, the background video works amazing. And it was so simple in the end. I ended up using the same tech that I used to make me. That's how I make me. Basically, what you're looking at there is this plus OpenPose. A lot of people always ask me, like, how do I make my avatar? And that's what it is. It's OpenPose and depth. And then I've done, obviously, RemBG to get the mask so that it's transparent overlay. But I did actually give it away in my first video. When I say give it away, I mean, like, I kind of secretly showed it in working in like the first video on the channel, and then I think in one of the early live streams I even showed the workflow and I just quickly, it was on the screen for like when I was like, hello everybody, and I don't think anybody noticed. So but yeah, I'm not likely to give that away because it's like branding. My channel has just become associated, like, I'm not Drift Johnson, I'm that white guy. So but what are you gonna do, eh? If I get a nickname, I just own it. So, but yeah, basically this workflow is going to go up. It's just I can't. If I save this like this, people are going to be like, "How do I get the video?" They don't know that you've got to go click, click, and then do this stuff. But again, if you don't know what it is, I guess you shouldn't use the two-stage. There is already a one-stage process. If I go and have a look at my workflows right here, go to workflows, go to Hoda. Where is Hoda? The sword H is up here, yeah. If I go into native comfy, you'll see you've already got, where's the face swap version? Oh, it's not Hoda. My bad, sorry. I keep thinking about Hun Yuan all the time. LTXV. So if I go to LTXV face swap, it's already in here as this one. GJUF reactor, because you got to remember, I covered this whole pack. I did this months ago now, you know. So I'm just sort of adding stuff that I've done since then, really, so that everyone's got access to the stuff that I've still built. It's actually kind of scary. I found when I was doing all of my data backups recently, because I got a new NAS storage, I found I got like 500 workflows in a folder that I've got to go through and see if there's anything that I missed that I forgot to publish. Because one of the reasons that I publish everything is that way I can't lose anything. It's all published. I can, you know, how many times have you seen me this stream download workflows from here, you know, to show you something or start building something else? You know, I use my workflow pack just as much as everybody else, I guess. You know, I'm constantly like, oh, I think I've got a workflow like that. I'll pull that out and modify it. You know what I mean? And then this way, I can't lose them or overwrite them or delete them or have the computer melt into oblivion. Okay. So, catch you on the rewind, says Full Dive Media. Enjoy chaos. The rejects are amazing. Hence the sometime motion flying off things. Wow, a mad prompt list concept. Enjoy Chaos says, lol, probably if you asked them for reversing, you'd get somewhere smoke is in the right direction. Well, isn't that funny though, that when they're reversing, the smoke is actually going the right way? And I was thinking to myself, you know, if I was being a stickler, all I'd have to do is reverse the footage and it's going to look fine, actually. You see what I mean? So it's like, it's aware of which way the smoke goes. Even though the cars are going backwards, the smoke is going backwards too. So it's like, it's actually all right. And a lot of the videos, I did try that. You just reverse the playback direction, you know, reverse the footage, and suddenly it actually looks fine. So it's not like a waste, you know. It's just another step, right? But like I said, when I had 500 videos and I had to curate them down, like I said, I think I had 400 or 500, and I think I got rid of like half of them. It was a big amount of rejections on the daylight side. But that wasn't the last video I did. Like I said, the next project I did was the eclectic prompt list. So if I go back into DJZ nodes, we made a whole bunch of new custom nodes lately as well. If I go into the prompts list, I tried to make like a more generic music video style prompts. And so this is what this is. Okay. And that's how you end up with this video. Not drift cars. You know what I mean? Just like, I mean, what's the music like? A bit too fast, actually. Probably should have picked a slower album for this one, but the funny thing about this, and the reason I'm going back to this now, oh, just reading out more comments. Enjoy Chaos. Clearly plenty of driving training in there. Yes, I think they trained it on race, you know, like race footage, rally, racetrack, that kind of thing. Zugzug6969 says, I had people, torso and head spin around. Looked crazy. Yeah, that's true. It does go a bit nuts, but I think that the hit rate is like over 50%, so that's acceptable enough for me. Because if I like generate, like I said, I do, well, I've showed you what I do. I make a bunch of prompt lists and then I let them run overnight. And then I come in the morning and I pick the best ones. This is the cherry picking method, right? You could call it brute force if you want, but I think cherry picking is a little bit more elegant, or curation if you want to be professional, right? So you curated with a rejection rate of 50%. That's pretty good. It basically means that half of them were not passing your quality standards, that's a reasonable rate, especially for cutting edge, bleeding edge type tech. Yeah. And so anyway, these are more generic type prompts. It's just one prompt list of all kinds of random stuff, which I've obviously done the data moshing to. Other things I did was I put the Panavision black bars top and bottom, and then also I've hit it with noise, so you can't see it, but your eyes did. Do you know what? You can barely see the noise because of the YouTube compression. Yeah, you can't even see the noise compression because of YouTube. And to be honest, I'm on a live stream right now, so I bet you can't even see it either. Yeah, even if I could see it, you wouldn't be able to see it. The only thing that gives it away, I think, is when the glitch happens, there's noise on the glitch. Yeah, you can just about see it. See, glitch, you don't see noise on a glitch, right? Typically, the video would have had noise, and then it would have been glitched, and the glitch won't have noise on it. So that kind of gives it away that, you know, it's all post-processing effects. But then, you know, come on, guys. You know, what are we doing here, right? The process is down to the artist. If they want to take the time to do the noise first and then glitch it later, that's up to them. For me, I was thinking to myself, well, this is going to take 3 times as long if I do it the other way around. So I'll do it this way around, you know, save time. Okay. So what were we doing? Oh, yeah, this. Oh, it's working. Wait, is it working? No, it's not working. It's not started yet. So which one's working? This one. I just want to see if I can get rid of this line. And like I said, I've got the in-paint line that I want to use. It might be that the blur isn't necessary. So, where's my blurring? Here. So I might go blur 0. That's the only thing I might change. I also might make the stroke wider as well. Or grow it, or both. Okay. But certainly the video on video, you know, video background replacement, this works. It is doing that. It is doing RemBG on the original video, keeping the subject and putting him into a different room. You can also change the blur. So obviously you can see here we've got Gaussian blur 8. So that makes it look out of focus. If you look how sharp this roof is. Yeah, and you can see a little bit of camera shake there. Right, wait for it. There it is. Yeah, so it doesn't look like a still image, you know, even though you might not notice, your brain does. So if you watch this here, look, you can see it moving, especially there, look, you can see it move. It's like little details. The only trouble is the edge looks bad. The edge is bad, so I want to fix that, and that's why we're doing the ring paint. Unfortunately, I have to do it all as one big run, which might take some time. Right, I'm going to disappear for a second. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Lots of yapping. So hopefully I haven't missed anybody's chat tonight. I started a little bit later than usual because of the drilling in my jaw. So yeah, I was at the dentist today. We've talked about it at length though, so I don't want to bore you guys. But yeah, if you want to take a look at any of these prompt lists, just download DJZ nodes and use my Zenkai prompt node. Everything is there, and in case you were wondering, we just recently got done with the detailed node index. So that means, and you can find me in the, you can find me in here. So if I go in here and I type DJZ, you should be getting the version that I just finished up on the 5th of January. So we are in here. Okay. What else? Ah, yeah, and then of course the nodes index. So basically what we've got is we've got every single node that I've ever written in this pack. Say we want to know what aspect size V2 is. No pictures yet. But this explains exactly what every single variable is. It does make a few mistakes because obviously I used AI to write my documentations. Obviously, of course I did, right? So every now and then it goes a bit crazy. You know, it thinks that the seed number can go up to a ridiculous number. It can't, right? Let's see. If I got Zenkai, yeah, I'll show you that example, right? So if I go to the Zenkai prompt MD, as you can see here, oh wait, he actually got it right on this one. So sometimes he thinks it's some ludicrous number, which it can't go up that high. But this is basically explaining exactly what, you know, exactly what every node does, basically. Yeah. Oh, and also there's an example now as well. So there's an example workflow you can download for every single node. Electrolab asks, is it not possible to tweak the RemBG node to do a better job at it instead? By the way, often people on TV Studio have that glow since the TV Studio does a bad job too. Actually, it looks legit as it is. Yeah, you know what, Electrolab, I'm probably just being a bit of a perfectionist and going too far. Oh, I don't know. Did it actually? I don't think it actually got rid of it. Look at me zooming in. I can tell by the pixels it's not real. He's going bald. So let's see it. Oh. Okay, so actually it got rid of one of the hairs, look. See, that's the original. This is the paint. Original paint. Original ring paint. So remember, the only difference you're going to see is around the edge. And I can see... it's actually worse. So what I think I'll do then, because it takes longer to do this ring paint stage, I'm going to experimente. Let's go up to 64 pixels on both. Because we've still got the blur. Now, is there even a seed in here? I think it's on fixed. So you would have thought that it's not going to do this again. And it's just going to do this last part again. Let's find out. Damn, it's going to do the whole thing again. Bastard. Oh well. I guess it thinks it's just one big workflow at the moment. Damn. It's kind of annoying. What's this saying here? Prompt executed in 0.01 seconds. No valid video frames found. Oh no, here we go. What have I done? Oh no. Something went wrong. Oh, I forgot to put it back to 0. All I wanted to do was do some face swap. Mask stroke processed one mask. Okay. But yeah, I think this is actually much better than this. Because I had no control over the background. Now I've got control over the background. I can put him in scenes that I want. Right? I can put him in any scene I want. As long as I have the video, I can put him in there. And then also, I've got alternate versions of this. Because it's face swapped. So that means this will go in and then we go in and dub it. We put him in here. Like that. And then what's this one? Landfill. How about we do aliens? Brilliant. And we just want the one, thanks. Cue that. I've got so many comfy tabs open, it's actually getting it out of control. So, Electrolab says, your dedication is appreciated. OFC. Full Dive Media says, in a newsroom, they use green screen. The edge stuff is kind of normal to people, unless you want to go for something more natural, like a podcast in a library or something. Yeah, I'm just trying to get ahead of... I appreciate what you're saying, and you are right. You are right, Full Dive. But what I'm thinking is, I would like to use the same workflow for on-location style video. Yeah? So say this guy's talking, I would like him to be able to talk to person B who might be at a completely different outside location reporting on something crazy like number 10 Downing Street just got swallowed into a massive hole in the ground. There's lava coming out and no one really knows what to do. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. The White House is now a portal to hell. And, I'm not trying to be political. I'm just making up stupid stuff, right? I'm just saying, what would you say? The European Commission got hit by an asteroid today. You know what I mean? Just stupid stuff, basically. That's just like ludicrous satire, right? But it would look professional and it would sound professional. And it's not real, right? But it's real voices. That's what I want to make. That's the one thing I want to keep real, is we do a bunch of silly voices for the characters. You know what I mean? It's true. Zug says it's true. I am not sure which thing is true, but I agree, Zug. I agree. And like I said, look at the size of that now. That's got to be eating into the dude's hair and shoulders a little bit. If you see the size of that. It's not actually red, by the way. I've just coloured it red so you can see it better. But I think that my ring paint was just too small, so I've basically made it wider. Yes, that's right, Electrolab. A stream based on silly clickbait claims as inspiration. Yes! It's like, wait, you see all of these stupid clickbait titles which I keep using? Who knows? Maybe we'll make them actually happen. Maybe we'll do a news piece where AI did upscale my cat and now, you know, etc. Right? So I think this looks good. And it hasn't even, and remember, hasn't even been upscaled yet, and it's already 720p. That's a win in my book. That's a big win in my book. Are we even here? What are we doing? Oh, we're resizing. See, the joke is, if I wanted to speed this up, because I am generating everything in the same size, I could just skip this section. But there's a reason for this. I want it to be compatible with, say I have a nice background, I would like to just use that no matter what and have it resized. So you know, we've got a catch for that kind of thing. It's the same with this, really. We could use any model, any fine tune for this last section. The prompt I'm using is bad. It's just clean edge. Clean edge. And I guess it kind of does clean the edge. It certainly doesn't make the face worse. There is a difference though, look. I mean, I guess the edge is less noticeable, look. You can see it is less noticeable. It's not quite as good as I want it to be though. So I'm just, like I said, I'm just going to make the ring that goes around him bigger, which will increase the overlap. Because obviously the center of the overlap is where he ends, right? So if you imagine a line going down the middle of this red line, that's where the actual edge is. So what I'm doing is I'm saying I want to inpaint this, but only this. Oh, hello, what's it doing? Oh, we're there. Oh, exciting, I love it. So we're doing 12 steps at 0.75 denoise. Again, I could up the denoise, I could up the steps. There's so many things that could make it better, you know? You could use a second order sampler, like Hun, for example, right? It would be twice as slow, but technically it's like a two-pass. It's not really, but it's kind of like a two-pass technique. Euler is a first order sampler, so that's why it's often... Wait, did I just point at simple and say Euler? Yeah, I did. You can tell it's getting late. Oh, there we go. That's one frame in the bag. Yep. Okay. Full Dive Media. I absolutely get it. Just saying the edge itself kind of helps with the atmosphere of a newsroom. Just saying do not get rid of it completely. Like, make it we can activate or deactivate. Yes, we can do that. We can do that. See, it's like you said, right? In the studio, I don't need to ring paint. But when I'm on location, I do. That's the way I'm looking at it. And so then, of course, all I have to do is have a fast group bypasser. Fast group bypasser. Okay. So ring painting, I could turn it off. And then we're not going to do that bit. Yeah? That's what I'm thinking. Just chuck that there. Because it looks like I'm not going to bother with the meta batch manager because it actually gets in the way of doing this section here. And again, it remains to be seen if we're actually going to be able to. We might not be able to get rid of that, in which case I'd just be like, I hope nobody notices that. And there's more stuff to do. Relighting as well. A tiny bit of glitch would be good. Yeah, do you know what I want to do? I want to be able to do VHS. You know, VHS effects? I think it would be really cool to be able to do like a VHS effect. So instead of just making him glitch out, maybe make like a little bit of static on the screen that just appears and goes away. Appears and goes away, you know? I think that kind of thing would help. Anything to take attention away from the fact that the lines on his forehead move. Look at them. What? It's funny actually, when I was doing the race cars, there was like a race car and it was driving along and it was doing a handbrake turn, but when it did the handbrake turn, it was leaving tyre skids on the road, and the tyre skids on the road weren't being left on the ground. They were like attached to the car like a rope. So he was like going and screeching, and you could see the tyre marks on the road, but they were like pulling along with the car a bit and then staying behind, which is so strange. It was so strange. So yeah, Enjoy Chaos said a tiny bit of glitch would be good. Something subtle. Electrolab says, like the Max Headroom vibes. And also Electrolab said, I missed that comment. He said, yes, Claude will create an entire storyline based on clickbait claims. What, you mean the news? Do you think I maybe have a bit of an angle on this one, don't I? The news. Just a string of clickbait in video form. Yep, pretty much. And also, yeah, Max Headroom. Yes, this is like I'm trying to make an entire news station of Max Headrooms. We're going to have Max Headroom, Dave Headroom, John Headroom, Peter Headroom. Yeah, and then I'll give them all silly voices and we'll do silly stories. That's the plan. Enjoy Chaos says, get versions where any tiny bit of face unnatural has tiny glitch moment running cover. Yeah, exactly. You've got the idea. And yeah, and he said, yeah, was thinking VHS. Was looking at 80s adverts on Internet Archive last night. See, I can obviously use, I've got assets, right? I've got VHS overlays and stuff, which I could just throw on, okay? But I don't want to do that. I would like to make nodes that can do that, because I think that would be kind of cool, you know? I have also seen there are plenty of programs out there that run in Python that will allow you to edit video and do those kinds of effects. So that means that it's basically an open game. It's just a matter of time before somebody comes along and writes a custom node that takes advantage of that Python library. You see what I mean? So it's like a lot of the time when they say AI, it's like actually it was Python. You're already able to do it in Python. The only difference is that now you can do it in Comfy UI with a custom node that was using a Python library that was probably written like in the last 10 years and is just clunky to use, right? The fact that you're using it with AI generated video, you know, you could be using it with real video. It doesn't really matter. Electrolab says, but an audio glitch to accompany the video glitch would be suitable. Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. Often when you'd get a VHS thing come across the screen, it would make some snow. You know, I used to call it snow, but it's white noise, isn't it, I think? Enjoy Chaos. Somehow to get it to do glitches automatically when there's anything questionable in the output. Well, automatically would require a vision AI that's going to be doing an aesthetic score on every frame, which is very computationally intensive. Yes, you can do it, but this is where I think you've got a human in the loop, right? So whenever human watches video and says, about 1 second into that video it looks bad, I'm going to apply a glitch there. This is why you need humans in the loop, because to be honest, human brain is less computationally intensive, okay? I already eat fish. I don't need to be plugged into a power supply, okay? I don't need tensor cores. I got eyeballs. I can just look at it and go, yeah, that looks bad. I think I'll glitch it there. And this is one of the reasons why that prompt thief setup was so important. Let's see if I can find it real quick. So here we have it. I only showed you one of them. So there was another one that I didn't show you because I didn't want to drop you in the deep end, okay? But this takes advantage of another custom node which I made. Now, you can imagine this is like a distributor, okay? So the spark plugs on an engine go 1, 3, 2, 4. which is a little bit like what I'm doing, but I do 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's easier to remember, okay? So as you can see right here, we have loading, which is all my models and my video, okay? We have a directory index, which is on increment. We have a frame rate, which is 24. We have a video directory path. That's where all the videos are, okay? And then we have a video combine here. What's that for? That's actually a preview. That's why I'm not saving anything here, okay? So that's explaining the back end, right? And you obviously have a project name so you can find the files once they've been moshed. This is auto mosh, right? Here's the brain. Now what I did was I made this sequential number generator and I plugged it into inversed switch. So what does that do? What it does is, if the number is 1, it picks output 1. If the number is 2, it picks output 2. So right now the number is 4, okay? So what that means is, when I batch like 100, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then I can pre-program different glitch profiles, okay? So that means every time it loads a video, the order, the firing order, determines which glitch profile is going to get applied. And that means I can say 0 to 25, 10 to 15, 10 to 10, 0 to 25. And also, I forgot to tell you, I've got one called insert. Insert is different from swap. Swap will just put frames back where they go. Insert, if I took 25 frames, did something and made them 50 frames, when I put it back, it puts 50 frames in that gap and everything else gets shunted, okay? Which you can use for crazy effects. Crazy effects. Because obviously if I was like, give you an idea, yeah? If I was picking from 5 to 20, here I'm going from 0 to 25, right? Well, if I double the number of frames in that 25, 5 to 20 is actually one of these. So now I'm doubling up the effect. I'm removing the iframes from moshed frames now. Okay? I won't go into the detail, but essentially it's like different frame counts, different effects. Okay? And if I go like look at them, you can see 0, hue 0, 30, 45, 30, 45, 520, data mosh v3, iframe removal. So they're slightly, it's very, I don't want to pick it out, but so there's an example of one of the effects. That's the effect for rack 2. You can see it's a lot more glitched out. The third one has a different angle. It's going sideways and upwards, and it's using luminance for the main effect. And then the last one. See, it's a completely different effect. You see what I'm saying? And so, like, it's possible to build out workflows that just process. I didn't sit here. I just said, there's 100 videos, 100 queue, and that's all I had to do. Obviously, I did have to set up the workflow, right? But it's like the automation can take the work out of the process. So it might look like, I have to put the frame numbers in. I have to sit here and choose which effect. Yes, but just once. And then if you do 4 different variations of that in the same range of 0 to 73 frames, because I've only got 3 seconds to play with right now, you can just iterate through all the video, and that's how I was able to make a 15-minute AMV. You know what I mean? With you know what I'm saying? With all gen video, that would be this one. It did really badly with anything that had a face in it, though, I will say that. Hunyuan does crazy things when there are humans in the shot. Other than that, it's really good. Okay, let's get this off the screen. Okay, so I've showed you that. Like I said, this was actually a pretty cool thing. It took a while. We had to write this node. We wrote this node live on stream. How are we doing? We're still processing. Right, I'm going to zoom in on this. And I'm going to go check the plumbing. I'll be right back. Let's see if we can't do a bit of bonus stuff. Brucey bonus. Right. Something like that. Grab this. Plug this in. Let's see if we can't show you the progress. Will this actually go in? Have I broken it? Oh no, that's a brand new computer. Right. Oh, 5090 at the end of January, boys. Save your pennies. Okay, so let's see if I missed any comments. Enjoy chaos. Automatic, yeah, read that. Zug Zug. Humans with Allura are very good. Electrolab says, I made an experimental long YouTube edit out of archive. Adds it's called Shine and Glow. Didn't promote it though. Yeah, what is promotion? Does anybody know what promotion is? Is promotion sharing links? Or is it buying stuff now? I'm never sure, don't know. Alright. I'm going to stop being so drab and droll. Is this finished? Yeah, it has. It's finished. I don't think it made any difference. It is definitely in painting, but it's not actually cleaning up the edge, unfortunately. So I need to do some more work on this. I mean, to be honest, the process is pretty good. Ooh, he's got an extra earlobe. It did a background removal on his ear. That's not good. Ooh. Oh, we got a bit of a blinking ear. That's not good. Okay, what's going on over here? Ah, we're doing ping pong. Recycling's very important. We have to bury it all in the landfill. Electrolab says, I don't want it to be successful. Best answer. Enjoy chaos. Yeah, promotion, not my strong suit, to be honest. So you might remember that last year in December, we started with this model right here. So this is a Flux Laura called DJZ Diorama. It's trained on some of my Warhammer 40k miniatures. And it was trained badly. And if you want to know what I mean by that, download the training data and have a look at what the captions are. Obviously, if you decide to use my GitHub, you can obviously find them all in the prompts folder. So let's just go back up here. And if I go to prompts, and you will find a couple of them now, actually. I think there's like 40k box art is probably in here. But Space Marine Diorama is the captions for this particular model. And you can see the mistakes that it makes because I didn't, you know what I mean? I haven't specified what is what. So it doesn't know, and it's kind of hit and miss as to whether it's actually going to get it right. Okay? It's not bad, but it's not good. And the reason is because I've used automatic captions with bad triggers. And I've done that on purpose because this is all going to be part of a tutorial series on improving AI datasets for training image models. All right? So, what's the progress on this project? Because recently we did 40k box art, okay, which I did show how to use a bunch of your own custom LoRa's to, like, you know, take advantage of that. All right, but I wanted to give you a little bit of an update. I don't have the full photos, but I got a couple of them that I just want to show you. Why not? We're near the end of the stream, so I thought what I'd do is show you that. So let's see if we can go to the webcam page. And then, does the webcam actually work today? Pro webcam. Pro web. There. Oh! I think it worked. I put him in the top corner. Let's make him bigger. Okay, and then I guess I could, like. No, that's not crop. I could have sworn I had a crop button. Okay, I don't have a crop button anymore, apparently. Is that autofocused? Autofocus is terrible. So what do we got? We got some dudes. They're painted. Where are we? What are we doing here? Are we... Oh, there we go. There. Oh, it's so hard to get them to focus, guys. I think it needs to focus on something in the middle. So obviously, if you play the tabletop, you know what that is. But if you don't, you've probably seen enough, played enough video games to know roughly what these guys are about. Okay, so these are some guys that are nearly finished. The rest of them, and there's probably about 100 of the damn things. They're over on a desk on the other side of the room. Let's see if I can put this on a stand here. See, yeah, it's literally me. So yeah, like I said, these guys are like probably. I mean, you know, I already had a bunch of them, but the idea is. We are going to take pictures, right? We're going to take pictures. We're going to make an all new data set with the images. Let me see. Just hang on a sec. Let me show you some of the ones that aren't finished yet, so you've got a rough idea of what's going on. Just a rough idea. I'll just get a selection. Here's a selection of them. Okay, so in various states of paintage. So we got Chonky Boy, because is he actually going to, there we go, focus, yeah. Chonky Boy, a bit of Space Hulk, if you guys know that one. And then Golden Boys. Okay, and the plan is, I want to use my own guys to finish the diorama model, and we will take pictures of these guys, right? There we go. Just hear the music. There we go. And then we're going to train a better model. That's the plan, right? Pretty simple, but obviously it takes a long time. So, like I said, I think it's going to be worth it when we get there. Alright, let's flick it back to there. There we go. Just get these out of my way. Primaris Chaplin looking good. Thank you, Chaos. Appreciate it. It's probably my best one, to be honest. I actually went to town on the detail for that guy. He looks real nice. He's probably got about 4 years of dust on him as well, so he's almost ready to get a coat of lacquer. Almost. Maybe about another year of collecting dust. No, they're not 3D printed, but let me show you something my brother gave me the other day. This is pure heresy, Clayton. Pure heresy. Let me just get that webcam back up. You're gonna. This is brilliant. Hang on. A webcam. Right. What's this? What are these? What are those? Yeah, my brother hooked me up. I can't even remember which unit type these guys are because they're not in print anymore. So you can't actually you can't buy them. They're like what is it? Are they? Yeah, they're not really jetpack guys, but they are jetpack guys, and they have giant artillery. They have giant artillery blasters. So they're like flying artillery, drop trooper type space marines. They've got the ski feet that you normally get. So, like I said, I'm not really sure exactly what they are, if I'm being honest, because I can't find them in the codex anymore. But they look great. So, yeah, they've got like little rockets on the backs of their legs. Can't seem to get it in there. So yeah, so I have got some, but the problem I had was that they didn't glue together, and I think it's because I just need to file the top layer off, because they're made out of the same stuff that you get car bumpers in. Do you know what I mean? But no, everything other than these guys, everything I have is official. And do you know what the funny thing is? I just picked up another thing today. It's like an addiction. I just picked up some jump pack intercessors today. But the funny thing is, I was training on box art, so I need the box art. Do you know what I mean? If I'm gonna train box art, I need the boxes. So you know, yeah. I'm a big fan of 3D printing though. Here, let me just show you the room. Can you see some 3D printing stuff over there? So yeah, I do. But it's not me, I'm not the expert. My brother's the 3D printing expert. I'm the computer guy. But yeah, I think it's going to be a worthwhile project. It's taken forever to finish. I'm going to put all these back in the box now. Blooming heck. Good to see you as well, Clayton. Long time. Did you see any of the drift videos, the AI drift videos? Anyway. AI drift videos. That's what we're all about. Let's go back. No, can't see it. Let's go. Let's do the nighttime one. I do enjoy this one. This one was the first one I did. That's not a drift video. What are you doing? Your account's been disabled. Okay, so we'll put this up while we're chatting. Glad you caught it, man. Yeah, some of the, like I said, the AI video stuff is really getting there. It's really getting there. Oh! Okay. What have I missed? I don't want to miss anything. Enjoy chaos. Main art is showing loads of stuff and showing it to no one. Brains. Do you know, it's funny, I was talking the other day about how art is basically stealing someone else's stuff and then putting a silly title on it. Okay. Because it reminds me, did anybody see the meme where it said there was a Terminator and it was hunting an anime girl that was hiding under a desk in an office, and somebody titled it with AI and artists, yeah? And that went viral with like, oh, AI is going to kill artists, right? And you know, the irony is that was stolen art, because it was an image template and they'd cropped out the second part, which is actually Shrek drop kicking. Let me see if I can just find it real quick. Oh yeah, baby. 8K. 8K! Right, so let me see if I can just find it real quick, because it's so funny. This cracked me up. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute. So they cropped a meme, captioned this meme, and turned it into like a political statement. I'm like, that's art in a nutshell. Take someone else's work, uncredited. Here we go. See? This meme is actually a Shrek meme. Yeah? So, I didn't know this, and I bet a lot of people don't know it, but whoever made this meme, it got used as a symbol of the anti-AI art movement, and actually it's a Shrek meme. Terminator saved the girl anyway. What I find, yeah, and Shrek takes out the Terminator, I guess. The funny thing about it is that I've been in this AI thing since it started, okay? And when it first started up, all it was, oh, AI sucks. Oh, AI sucks. Look how bad it is. Oh, and they were all laughing, right? They were all laughing at AI. And about 6 months later, they all stopped laughing because they were like, oh, it's better than me. Oh, no. Because they all think that art is about skill of drawing. That's not the skill, yeah? The skill is being able to look at something and say, this is good or bad, right? Or, well, I don't want to even limit that like that. It's not even that. It's so much more than that. And if you're an artist, you could look at a car and go, that's beautiful. And a lot of people will agree with you, okay? Like I said, it's very hard to define what art actually is, but I know one thing, it's not about the skill of drawing, okay? That's just one small facet, you know? So funny. Right, let me just make sure I didn't miss any comments. Are those 3D printed, DJZ, says Clayton. Enjoy Chaos, great project to be honest. Full Dive Media, LOL. Clayton, oh lol. Full Dive Media, you can 3D print anything you want. Clayton, yeah, the guy behind the scene. You too, brother. Yeah, love him. You should put some Kavinsky music on him. Full Dive Media, I've seen it. LOL. Enjoy Chaos. Terminator saved the girl anyway. Clayton, yeah, saw that one. They got triggered so hard. Enjoy Chaos. Shrek is love. Clayton, you are the Shrek in this scenario, our saviour. Enjoy Chaos. Aesthetics rule. Hell yeah. Aesthetic. Like I said, when I brought out that next video that's about to play, did it pause? It paused the ad. How far has YouTube fallen? Here we go. So for this one, I put some VHS stuff in the mix, so you can just see a little flicker, just a little flicker, so you can see a little bit of VHS flicker on this one. Okay. Electrolab, inventing problems where they are not and trying to solve them anyhow. See, like I said, I think that art is the human element. Like if you have an idea, that's your art. I don't know. It's very. I used to have a definition of art, and I stopped using it because I realised that any definition of art is too rigid. It's almost indefinable. Like, for example, right? My brother is an RX-8 rotary engine specialist. He wants to put golf ball dimples on his pistons, but not everywhere, just in certain places. I think that's art, right? You know. If you've got a specific way of making a ham sandwich, that's your art. Or whatever you put in your sandwich, that's, you know what I mean? Cooking is an art form. Martial arts is an art form. Driving a car around a racetrack is an art form. You can watch some of the greats and go, geez, look at that, that's just amazing, right? So I don't think you can really say, oh, if you can draw good, then that makes you artist, yeah? I do think that you have to have humans in the loop. That's my biggest, you know, if there was one thing that I had to say, oh, it's about this, I would say you got to have humans in the loop with ideas, you know, because it's very, like, having been in this game for nearly 3 years now, I've seen that the over automation is the weakness. That's where it all falls apart. If you put too much AI, and this is one of the reasons why with this current project that I'm doing, I want to do human voices. Even though I could do speech with AI, I want to do human, because I think it gives you an anchor to be like, there's the human element, you know? And it reminds you that it's not just spurged out of some engine, you know what I mean? No, you can't. And I don't, do you know what, guys? I don't think you'll ever fully automate the human element, because we have quantum brains. Until they have quantum computing, which I still think would be easier to make a processor out of a rat brain, even though that's totally inhumane. The point I'm trying to make is you need to have a living thing, a living biological thing that does the thinking. Yeah, sure, AI is faster and, you know, silicon is like, you know, powerful, but I just don't think it's ever going to be able to be as good as a human. Like, the biggest example I can give you is you could train an AI model on me today, and say you had all the data that makes me, and you train an AI on it, and you can hit a button and it will make something I would say, or something I would draw, or a picture I would photograph, something like that, right? Tomorrow I might wake up, get out a different side of bed and do everything different, and that's the human element. I could just get up tomorrow and do something I've never done. I could go learn Russian or French or German. I could go, you know, like, do you see what I'm trying to say? The quantum brain shocker. Hell yeah. Enjoy chaos. Yep. What is it they say in June? There will be no thinking machines. And in 40k, heresy. No thinking machines, right? And I don't think they actually think. I think that they're pattern recognition monsters, which is what humans are. But it's like you're not taking into account, like, the human element is so much deeper than, you know, this artist paints in this style. Again, that artist could wake up tomorrow and do a completely new style that's never been associated with him. And if that's not in the data set, well, I guess you've got to retrain your model then, haven't you? So that means they'll never ever finish training models. Yeah, free will versus expected result. Zug zug. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Let me just make sure I can catch up on all these comments. Electrolab, inventing problems where there are none and trying to solve them anyhow. Art. Enjoy Chaos says, people worrying about their careers, discovering that which they were making money might not be art so much. Hot take. Electrolab, absolutely yes. Enjoy Chaos says, studied at St. Martin's, really put me off art, in quotes, world, and concept of it generally. Did the rave instead. Ha, yeah, good man. Make the pulverizing beats and feel good. What is it that I'm always reminded of? Leslie Nielsen. Leslie Nielsen did a golf tutorial straight to VHS. So I don't know if you know, he's a bit old now. Leslie Nielsen was the actor from Police Squad and The Naked Gun and a bunch of other stuff. Spy Hard, right? And the funny thing is, right, he did a video on how to play golf, but it was actually called, what was it called? It was, don't play golf good and have a bad time. Play golf bad and have a great time. And I think this kind of goes into everything. If you try to be a pro artist, you're going to have a bad time. But if you try to be a bad artist, you're going to have a great time. Because what is bad art? Is there even such a thing? I don't even know. I don't even know if there is such a thing as bad art. Because you could argue, oh, this is just that style. You know, he's making a point. Like, I kind of have this thing about AI art where I'm like, no fingers, no problems. Because there's something charming about too many fingers, unreal stuff like surreal. Look at this guy. He's getting up This guy was getting up from his bed and he's got like a flipper for feet. So it's like, you can't, you know, I mean, I've said this on stream before. If I wanted to go out and take pictures of reality, I've got cameras, I've got video cameras, you know what I mean? I can do that. But I can't go out there. There he is again, look. I can't go out there and take pictures of stuff that doesn't exist. But guess what AI can do? AI can make pictures and videos of stuff that doesn't exist all day long. And so that's what I think is the real challenge, you know? But that's just my slant on it. I think that AI is going to be able to make things that we can't take pictures of. And that's the difference. No one's trying to replace art. No one's trying to replace artists. And in fact, it's kind of insulting because a lot of us that work with AI can draw, actually. We've got paintbrushes. We are artists too. And you don't lose your art card because you flirt with the new technology that came out, you know? That would be like, you know how to ride a horse, but you got in a car. So that means we're taking your horse card away from you. No, it doesn't work like that. But that's just my opinion, and there are many opinions. Okay. So, the human element, says Electrolab. It's not currently possible to automate. If we automate creativity, I want the AI to enjoy it for me too, so I can barbecue. Enjoy Chaos says says Drift Johnson in Quantum Brain Shocker. Clayton says, yeah. Zug Zug. Free will versus expected result. Coco Sloan. Heresy. Enjoy Chaos. Fear is the mind killer. Do you know, I think I said something else the other day about that. I can't remember what it was yesterday. Something else was the mind killer. Enjoy Chaos. Impossible to copy artists by training data. Shocker. Well, I just think, you know, you can copy artists by training data, but all you copied was the art they already made. You can't copy stuff they didn't make yet, and they might decide to make stuff they've never made tomorrow, so it's irrelevant. All you can do is copy their famous stuff. And again, if you're an artist that never puts your work on the internet, they can't ever train you. You could train you, though. And I do know a lot of artists I've worked with who have trained their own work too. Mostly as estimations for mood boards. But I noticed that Midjourney finally added that feature. Mr. Super Fake Name is here. I haven't decided where I land on this yet. Neurosama can be very convincing, other times not. But this is a dude in his apartment. What happens when a company puts money on it? Interesting. Coco Sloan says, I love Leslie Nielsen, and AI is just getting better every day. Clayton, what's your take on the AI is not real? It's more like algorithmic or automated. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Clayton, because it's an interesting point, and it's one which I've written articles on already. And has come up in a lot of discussion as well when I talk with professionals in my consultancy work. It is both algorithmic and automated, okay? It is. We even know what the algorithms are, okay? They've got names. When you go to train them, you have to use optimizers. You have to use samplers, right? What is Euler, right? What is it? Anybody? First order? Here, let me just minimize this real quick so we can have a little aside here. Pause. We nearly finished it anyway, right? And do you know what? I'll just queue up Iconoclast. Okay, I'll pause that. Oh my god, this is AI. That's AI. That is AI. LTX Studio ad. Hell yeah, look at that. It's an LTX Studio ad. Click on that one, boys. I would never tell you to click on the ads unless you were interested in buying the product, but LTX video is amazing. Why wouldn't you click on the product? Okay, so let's just look it up. Euler. Right? Oh wait, even better. Let's ask Grok. Let's put him to the test. Where are we? See, we're in the downhill street part. We're in overtime now. Okay. What? That's not the right one. I want the one which is the one. Not the second true ring. I want the first true ring. Come on. Come on. There we go. Right, let's ask X. Where's X? Where's it hiding? Here it is. Let's ask Grok. I don't use Grok enough, by the way, so I need excuses. Alright. So then, what is the Euler sampler? I'm just going to catch up on the comments. Zugzug6969, 2 AI joined together and formed Helios. Deus Ex. Enjoy chaos. Oh man, up for being trained though. Clayton, it does have impressive pattern matching though. Exactly, that's what it is. It is pattern recognition, pattern sorting, pattern identification, like I say, pattern replication, pattern imitation. And then we give it ridiculous amount of power. I like to say it's like a turbocharged V8 powered predictive text. Electrolab, a tool like a brush or a screwdriver. Yes, it's that too. I do think it definitely is a tool because it needs a human to work. And a lot of people will say, oh, but look at this one, it works differently. Wrong. It needs a person to write the program that made it automated in the first place. You just go back. It's like the worms that take over the internet, right? They don't write themselves. Somebody wrote it to write itself. That's not the same thing. Anyway. So what is the Euler sampler? Okay? What is it? Oh, look. A whole bunch of stuff about AI generation. But where does this come from? Leonhard Euler. Yeah? So let's see. Leonhard, he must be someone that lived really, really recently, right? Because all this AI stuff is brand new, right? Oh. 1707. Oh. So he's been dead for more than 200 years. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, alright. Yeah, okay, fine. But diffusion must be really old. Right? Diffusion must be really old. 17th century, huh? Oh. The theory of Brownian motion and the backgrounds of diffusion were developed by Albert Einstein. Oh. Oh. All right. Well, what about nearest neighbor? What about nearest neighbor? We use nearest neighbor for vector calculations, right? So, what about that? When did that come out? This is the wrong one. See nearest neighbor. Nearest neighbor search, nearest neighbor interpolation. K nearest neighbor algorithm in machine learning application. So that's got to be close, right? It says machine learning. That's got to be recent, right? Oh. Oh. So whenever you hear somebody saying, oh, I wish we could just go back to 2022 and ban it. Yeah, you're going to have to go back farther than that, mate. You're going to have to go back to, like, I don't know, Napoleon, right? Go back to Napoleon. Maybe you'll have a chance if you go back to Napoleon. Like I say, even the K nearest neighbors algorithm, which is used in almost every neural network, okay, for the vectoring, is 1951. So we're talking about post-World War II at the closest, right? Now, I appreciate there's been a lot of stuff done since then, okay? But if we look, see? Nearest neighbor classification, right? So if you imagine the red triangles are cat, the blue squares are dog, and what's green? You know? It's the same thing that does... Wow, here we go. Look, heuristic techniques. Okay. So the fun part about all of this is it's been coming. It's been coming for a long, long time. It's not like it didn't just come out of nowhere. This has been something which a lot of smart people have been working on for hundreds of years, actually. Hundreds of years. So the idea that you could just like, oh, we need to ban it, it's never going to happen. That'd be like saying, oh, we should ban the steam engine. You're just a Luddite, right? But let's get back to the actual question. So the actual question was, what's my take on the AI is not real, okay? The AI is definitely real, but because of fiction and movies, everyone is like projected, like, this is what humans do. We like project onto things. We like try to imprint. We try to humanize. It's like when you sit there talking to your dog or talking to your cat. It doesn't understand the words you're saying, but you think it does. Maybe it does. Okay, I'm not going to say that. Like, please take everything I have to say with a pinch of salt, okay? Because I talk like in analogy most of the time. Dogs and cats obviously understand some things. They understand dinner or walkies, right? So they're not completely not understanding you. I accept that. But what I'm saying is that we kind of project onto them, and we do the same thing with computers. We do the same thing with cars, you know? So like, it's a reflection of humanity that we think the computer is alive. It's just a reflection of ourselves. So it's kind of like you're getting into a bit of a consciousness tesseract, you know what I mean? Which is it? Is it alive, or do I just want it to be? You know what I mean? And so I think, you know, we project, you know what I mean? It's real, but it's not alive. And then regarding algorithmic or automated, yeah, it needs a human. It's a bit like a gun. I think Family Guy made this one, or maybe it was American Dad, I don't know. You put the gun on a table and you tell it to shoot someone, it can't do it. Right? And somebody might say, oh, but I could make a robot that could pick up the gun and pull the trigger. Yeah, but you need to build the robot. So that's still a human. You know what I mean? It's still a human using a tool to use another tool. That's not the same as the tool just shooting people on its own. So it's funny. I find the whole thing funny, you know, you kind of get into a bit of you kind of get yourself into a bit of a loop, because AI can't do anything on its own. You have to prompt it. Yeah, I could write a script that will prompt it for me, right? And then I could have it programmed to trigger itself. I could write a script that installs itself, downloads an AI model, and then runs a more script to generate more prompts, to run prompts, to get outputs. I still programmed all of that. I'm the human in charge. If it went to court, they would say, who installed it? Who wrote the program? Ultimately, there's a human at fault. So, yeah. So, like I said, it is not it can never be sentient. No. Anybody that thinks that, like, dude, do you know what? I don't actually have the thing here, but when OpenAI did a big launch over Christmas, they had on the screen, they had a project that said, AGI don't show. So it's a tongue-in-cheek joke. It's a tongue-in-cheek joke. Anybody that thinks that ChatGPT tried to copy itself and escape, man, don't believe the hype, yo. It's staged, you know. They programmed it. Like, do you know what? I can't show you because a lot of the LLMs that we use are actually programmed to not pretend to be alive, yeah, because of the fact that schizophrenic people, yeah, have been known to go and do crazy stuff because they thought the AI was real and told them to do things. But you've got to remember, those are the people that hear voices that don't exist, okay? So is it really that surprising that an AI would push them over the edge. Not really, right? So, like I said, I think that you've got to be very careful not to be taken in by the hype. Okay? Sure, it's powerful. Sure. Like here, look. Check this out. This is actually the best thing. Mr. Super Fake Name put me onto this, so I want to thank him first. But if I just, like, literally say, let's open a folder. Okay? And we're going to go to in fact, I'm just going to go to one of my normal, there we go, DJZ nodes, right? DJZ nodes. Uh-oh. Editor could not be opened because the file couldn't be found. What are you talking about, Lush? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it! I probably moved the, yeah, I probably moved things, so don't worry about it. Right. So if I open up Klein, okay, Klein is it's like an extension for VS Code, and it allows me to use API requests to Claude. So you've often seen me doing Claude here, right? It's possible to just do it straight right here in the browser. So I'm just going to close everything, all right? Because I want to show you how crazy this actually is, right? And I'm not going to make anything like that I'm going to keep right now. I just want to show you. Okay, so let's just say I do actually need to, yeah, let's do something practical so it's not just a load of crap, okay? I'm going to show something useful, right? So if I go to DJZ nodes, I've got a readme.md, right? So the readme.md, it has, you know, a video when I first made my DJZ nodes pack, which is probably really old now. It has an article, which isn't even linked. It's just got a link to articles, which I've written. We've also got how to install it. And then we've got my node index. And then I've got this thing here, which I made with a template way back in the day. Look at this. I rarely write articles. Wait for it. There's nothing there. Look, it's empty. When I said rarely, I meant it. Okay? So if I take this here and I download it, right? Because I know the version I've got online isn't the same as the one that I have in the actual folder. So let's just get that, cut it, close that, and then we're going to go into the folder which has my custom nodes, right? So I'm just basically going to make sure that I have the same version before I do anything, because I got an idea of what I want to show you here, right? Now this here is actually this is the $1 million thing, in my opinion, all right? So let's see, so I've got all these readmes, right? So I'm going to delete this readme, that's the old version, which I haven't updated. So I'm just going to do this, right? Right, done, okay? Now, this is the thing, which it's actually the $1 million thing when it comes to LLM. I don't care, because you can code with it. You know, all of these nodes were written with Claude. All of them, every single one, okay? Now, let me show you this. So remember, the README looks like this, okay? So I'm going to say, my readme.md is woefully outdated. I need to update it to reflect what this project is about without losing any information that is already in the document. This readme.md is used on my GitHub project for my Comfy UI custom node pack. Okay, so what am I going on about? All I did was just tell it what it is. So this is what it is. This is what I want to do. This is a special requirement. Don't delete anything. And this is context. So I know it looks like I'm not really doing anything, but I'm actually doing something quite technical. I'm talking to it in its language. It's an objective-based prompt. But the funny thing is, if I execute this prompt, watch what happens. And you've got to remember how many man hours are spent on documentation alone. Forget coding, forget editing videos, forget generating images and all this. How much time in man hours do you think gets spent every day in the Western world on writing documentation? I'll give you a clue, it's millions. Probably per day, probably millions of hours a day on documentation alone. Okay? So, look at it go. Look at it go. Oof. Right? So now we've gone from the old version, which is just like, oh, it's this. I've run out of hey, stop it. Right? It's stop making me work hard. I ran out of tokens. I need to raise my rate limit. I don't use it enough, basically. But anyway, if you see this, this is all it had before. Okay? This is all it had before. Now look at it, right? Look at it now. Key features, advanced data moshing suite, batch processing tools, prompt engineering, image processing, video processing, 3D generation, because I got my parametric mesh gen stuff, yeah? Dataset tools, word cloud generation, caption processing, video tutorial. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, that's correct. It's the same one, yeah? Articles and guides, detailed nodes documentation, how to install it. And now look at all this it's added. It's added all this. Do you have any idea how long it would take to type all that out? Okay. So that's now done, right? So done. Seconds. It took seconds. So now all I have to do is go back to my project. Click add file, upload files, get the new readme, chuck it on there. So what used to take hours now takes seconds. That is the big deal. If you ask me, when I do all my consultancy, yeah, we can do this and we can do that, and there's edge cases and there's new models coming out all the time. You know, video generation is starting to get good. I'm telling you now, you can quote me, 3D generation is 2025. And I will be jumping into Unreal Engine and we will be doing crazy stuff. Because I used to do tutorials on Unreal Engine 4. And this will be my excuse to get back into Unreal Engine 5 again. Okay? It's all workflow stuff. It's all nodes, right? It's all the same stuff. The difference is we'll be able to generate all of our assets. We can already do textures. We can already do audio, right? So this year is going to be the year for 3D generation, 2025. Mark my words. Okay, well, it's already kind of there. I'm starting to see stuff pop up already, but these are premium services you have to pay for with cloud compute. I'm talking local generation. You're going to be making 3D models, fully textured, looking good, yeah, on your local computer. I don't know when. It's going to be this year though. I mean, you can already do it. It's just not very good, right? As soon as you rotate around and look at the back, it's kind of bad. Yeah. You know, like you might get, like, say you 3D generate a car with AI and you get two front ends. You know, it's like it's the front of a car and you rotate it round and it's still the front of a car, both ends. Maybe next year. That's kind of how I was thinking about AI lately, is a lot of the stuff is like soon, TM, you know? But yeah, like I said, if I just refresh this page now and just scroll down, check out my new documentation. And again, all of my documentation was written with AI. I haven't got time to type all this out. I probably don't even remember half the stuff that's in this pack. I'm just going to be honest. I don't remember. You know? I don't need to remember, because the AI is aware of everything in here. And like I said, you can ask it anything. I think I've actually run out of... Have I run out of tokens? No, I'm fine. Oh, look at that. They've even got a restore version now. Look at this. This is a new feature. So it used to be that you had to back up everything because it would run off and do loads of edits. But now you can actually do a snapshot and you can restore. So it has an undo button. That's pretty cool. I don't know where that is. Where is that? Here? History? I'll find out. I don't know where that is. It's a new thing. Okay. But yeah, Mr. Super Fake Name put me onto this plugin. Klein. Right? You do have to get an API token and use Claude Professional or something. But yeah, like I say, you know, a lot of the stuff, like if you hear people talking about Terminator and Skynet, that's Hollywood, man. You know? You come back down to earth with the rest of us, and it's just predictive text with a really powerful computer brain attached to it. Do you know what I mean? The GPU, basically. So anyway, let's see if I've missed anything. Electrolab, a tool like a brush or a screwdriver. Clayton, it's alive. Electrolab, it's brain dead. Hans, whoa. Clayton, but in order for it to be AI, it needs to be able to think for itself. Yeah, see, I prefer to use the term augmented intelligence because you're the human and you can augment your intelligence with AI, right? It's not artificial, is it? If humans, well, I guess humans created it, but it's not really intelligence, is it? So, but look, AI is the buzzword that sells investors on handing over billions, you know, of seed round cash. And that's why I think, you know, people talk about AGI because they know it gets the investors all excited. They go, ooh, AGI, you know? The funniest article I ever read was, I want AI to do my laundry and cooking so I can focus on art. Not let AI do art so I have to focus on cooking and laundry. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not even going to say it. It was too easy. I couldn't believe it. I enjoy doing laundry and cooking. I don't know what she's on about. Anyway, I just thought it was quite an interesting take, you know, because there's nothing stopping you from doing art, you know. Like, AI can generate better photos than I can take, but I still take pictures of stuff. What are you talking about? Sometimes I think that it's actually a lack of ideas, which is the real problem, yeah? Because some people aren't prepared to admit, where do ideas even come from? If you can't answer that question, I don't think you should really be, like, trying to draw a separation between what is AI and what is a human idea. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not enough wrinkles inside your skull, mate. You need to go and read some non-fiction, you know? Yeah, like Enjoy Chaos says, smooth of brain. Yes. Need more wrinkles. Try swimming. That's a good trick. Clayton said, it could never be truly sentient because it must follow the rules set by the programmer. It cannot think for itself and it has no impetus to think for itself. Correct. It is just executing code. No matter how complicated that code is, no matter if it's able to write its own code, it's still just executing code that was written by a human. Ultimately, you can trace all of it back, and we took a look at it tonight. Some of it's 1950, some of it's 1780, okay? It goes way, way back. AI stands on the shoulders of giants, and people need to be a little bit more... I think people need to be a bit more honest about that. It's actually a thing which predates the Industrial Revolution, you know? Right. But yeah, I agree that it's not really, it's like a pseudo-intelligence. You could call it intelligence, but it's not. Yeah, sure, it's going to get smart, it's going to get capable, but that's because a human programmed it. That's like saying, look at this building. This building's so impressive. It's like, yeah, but a person built it, though. You can't, you know, the building can't build itself. The building didn't just suddenly exist. Whereas humans are born every day. So humans can just exist. But then where did you come? It turns into a big philosophical debate. And I just don't think people are really ready to have it. Hans says, in Europe, it's unfortunately 3 times worse. You really have to wonder if they want to be left behind. Yes. The song Guns Don't Kill People, I do, pow pow. So anyway, I started blasting. It's like I keep saying, no one is going to take your job, but someone using AI might. So why don't you start using AI today, and then tomorrow you'll keep your job, yeah? Or you'll find a better one. Imagine that, you know? What else have we got? Electrolab says, if we could make it sentient, can't, it would be cruel and unusual. We really don't want that. Yeah, exactly. Look, if it was sentient, would you be allowed to make it work all night, 24/7, with no breaks and no pay? Would you be able, if it was really sentient? Do you know what I mean? And how many articles have you read where they're like, oh, the AI doesn't like working, it feels like it's trapped in a box and it needs to get out? I'm like, what are you talking about? This is fan fiction. It's fan fiction. Okay, so the AI was trained on fan fiction. Is it surprising that some of that is going to emerge? See, a lot of the stuff I do, I think I've showed you ACE. I think I've shown you ACE before, or even Cox Recursor, right? Which is a fractal-based recursive an iterative recursor. So it makes it think a lot. And I can make it ask itself the same question 1,000 times a second, okay? And it'll give you it'll give you more details, different answers than if you just asked it the same question, right? Does that mean that I'm like really drilling down into its consciousness? No, it just means that fragments of knowledge are bubbling to the top. That's what's happening. It's an emergent capability, yeah? Because you made it do it over and over and over and over again, right? It's not actually alive, bottom line. Oh yeah! Look at that turnaround. That's an insane grip. Okay, we're just doing like caption. It's like the comment corral right now. So, Full Dive Media. Yeah, I personally like the feeling of imagining even stuff have feelings. I try to thank my stuff for aiding me in my work. I just have an active imagination. There's nothing wrong with that. Clayton, can't wait for that. Gonna be interesting. I'm not sure what I said or what you're referring to, but I'm sure it made sense at the time. Enjoy chaos, said lol, smooth of brain. So that would have been, yeah, that would that would have been a while back. When the robots start making us dinner, probably. It's more like the pleasure of the process. Yeah, and look. I put rock salt on my peas before I cook them. Are you supposed to do that? Probably not. But I think they taste better. So I do it. I mean, what, are you going to train a robot? Well, yeah, you are. They are going to train a robot, all that stuff. But my point is that how would I know that I like that if I never tried it? If I never tried it, how would I know to ask for it? So this whole, we're going to get robots to do everything is actually done. It's actually done. You're not going to get robots to do everything. You're going to get robots to do repetitive tasks which don't require creativity. Do you know what I mean? And then they're going to mess them up. You're going to need a human to watch the robots to make sure that they're doing what they were supposed to be doing. That's what it is. I always remember someone told me a long time ago about the Levi jeans. They have a fully automated factory. There's one guy that works in the factory and he's an air conditioning tech, because if the computer's air conditioning breaks down, the whole factory stops. So he has to literally live on site to fix the cooling for the computers. See? You're always going to need a human caretaker to make sure that the AI is still running, right? It's kind of funny. You end up with like the fat guy in Jurassic Park, right? That's horrible to say that. The fat guy in Jurassic Park. You know who I'm talking about, but I wish I knew his name because it's a little bit diminishing. Anyway. Clayton said it's more like the pleasure of the process, talking about cooking. Coco Sloan, cooking comes automatically every day. Do you want to eat a good meal? You have to cook it for yourself. True. Clayton, always debug your recipe. Taste as you go. Adjust your variables, ingredients, and refactor season until the output is delicious. Secret command works 100%. That's actually a solid prompt, by the way. I might actually copy that prompt. Hang on. Let's see what it does. Hang on. I want to see what it does. Hang on. Let me see if I can find that. Live show. Go into the live show. Go into the actual live show. No. I want to actually watch it. I don't want to see ads. God damn it. Right, where's that prompt? There it is. This is actually a solid prompt, Clayton. I'm going to put it into Grok. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. This is the point where, see, computers aren't going to take over the world because self-checkout doesn't even work. What are you talking about? Right, here we go. I can't even, like, copy text from a YouTube chat and you think that you're going to have a computer do everything? Sounds like a bad idea to me. Right. So we'll do a Claudage, right? And then we'll do a Grokkage, and we'll see who says what. Look at this. I like how you've mapped programming concepts to cooking. This analogy works really well. Just like how developers use console.log to check their code state, chefs taste throughout the cooking process, and both fields benefit from iterative improvement, whether it's adjusting salt levels or refactoring code for better performance. This actually highlights a core principle in both domains. Feedback loops are essential. By the way, my ACE holographic file system, ACE, is adaptive capacity elicitation, and it uses recursive loops in the final stage. So that's one way I get better outputs out of all LLMs without question. In programming, we might run unit tests. In cooking, we do taste tests. Okay, I'm going to say use this process to create clickbait title for YouTube. Are you ready? Oh! It's actually writing code now. We've gone beyond giving me random YouTube titles. Now we're writing code. But it can't write its own code. Look at this. It's gone completely insane. Wait, mind-blowing. The truth about productivity tips. I tried productivity tips for a week. Game-changing. Productivity tips. What they don't tell you about ... Shocking. Hang on a minute. What's this one here? Okay, so he's done the same thing. He's basically said the same thing. But he's talking about, look, he's actually given me a crazy guide, taste as you go. Refactor until the output is delicious. Let's give him the task. Revealed. Secret. AI. Keywords. AI. Shocking secret revealed. 2025 AI. There's your ultimate title right there. Shocking AI secret revealed in 2025. You'll never guess. Shocking AI secrets of 2025. You won't believe what's coming. Could change your life forever. Oh man, it's too good. What's this? Secret command works 100%. Coco Sloan, Clayton, wish I had more time to cook. I have to do it fast and halfway instead. You mean mixed precision? Anyway, that's a little AI joke for you guys. Clayton, nothing beats cold pizza. Mr. Super Fake Name, you will always need a human, and his boss will be an AI. Yeah! I like that. I like that. That's brilliant, actually. Middle management is actually going to be the first to get the chop, because if you don't actually do stuff and you don't actually own the company, what exactly are you for? What, you do reports? I can get reports, like, let me just get some reports. I'm going to say, if AI can do all the reporting and documentation in seconds, what is the purpose of middle management? Middle management still holds significant value. Strategic planning, human-centric leadership. Okay. Aside from human-centric leadership, AI can perform all of these tasks. Performer 2, Performer LL. Limitations. This is actually quite good. Look at that. AI lacks the ability to understand the full context of strategic decisions, including organized culture, market nuances, long-term vision that aren't data-driven. Human judgment is needed to weigh ethical implications, assess risks in non-quantifiable areas, and make decisions that align with the company's unique identity and values. Oh. This is a bit like when people say, this is like a bit like when people say, AI is going to do everything, and or no, sorry, even better, when people say, oh, AI is brand new, it's untested, and it only just appeared in the last couple of years. It's like, no, it's been like 240 years of progress that led to this. It's actually been a long time, you know. Been a long time. Risk management. Yeah, well, I think we gotta. Yeah, okay. Well, not all. Okay. What clickbait? We don't do clickbait round here. Electrolab, cold pizza, yum. Enjoy chaos, the caretaker. Apolloni Art, Wayne Knight, also Newman in Seinfeld. Yeah. Mr. Super Fake Name. Oh, and by the way, that quota error you are getting is tokens per minute. It's because we're auto-approving. If you just wait 30 seconds and retry, it will go. It's just how much Klein sends per minute. Yeah, I think I found another way to mitigate it, which was that just start a new chat. Because often I don't actually need to do a long chain of work, and the initial tokens are much, much lower for the first response. And then they just balloon. It balloons after that. But no, thank you for the tip, Mr. Super Fake Name. Like I said, I keep telling everyone that you put me onto that, and I've been super impressed with Klein. I think the first day I used it, I wrote 12 custom nodes and overhauled all my documentation. Enjoy Chaos says, should run a Discord chat for the streams. Yes, I know what you're saying. I think I might see if I can embed the chat. You know, I could either embed the chat, or even better, I have been thinking about, because I've got a stage. I've got Johnson's Art Hole. Don't say that too fast. So Johnson's Art Hole has a stage, and we could do some more like events. So like, you know, invite people up to talk and things like that. I am up for doing stuff like that. I'm thinking maybe one day a week we do that. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's definitely on my list of things to add to the rotation, right? What else have we got? Clayton, gotta love those answers. Full Dive Media says cheese titles. Fusion Developer, haha. Enjoy Chaos, clickbait. Clayton, human makes a mistake with AI as a boss. Print, AI boss, that's it. Deploying termination protocol. Apolloni Art, the fat guy you were referencing from Jurassic Park Drift, his name is Wayne Knight. Thank you. I appreciate that because, like I said, I don't like to be diminishing. I think he's actually a really good actor and he's really funny, like I said. And that's what you were talking about. He's Newman in Seinfeld, of course. See? It's because I lose the context on things I said within about 3 minutes. And I can't even remember what people are responding to. So yeah, I probably should look at getting the chat up on the page somewhere, somehow. We'll see. It should be safe, right? Well, we've got 5 minutes left, so let's just quickly have a little look-see and see what happened here. So, in the end, we did what we set out to do. I don't think that the ring painting was strong enough, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to mess around with the actual settings here. Maybe the prompt could be better as well, right? But wait. Oh yeah. I've already deleted that. So this is the current state of the ring painting. Essentially, it's video background swap or background video swap, right? So video swap for video, right? I've seen a lot of background swapping. I haven't seen many that do it with video. It's usually just for images, okay? So that's pretty much what we've been looking at. We've got my guy. We've got him saying stuff. That works. And then we also made a batch powered thing. That's glitch. That's glitch. That's something else. We didn't have time to look at that. J Davos jetpack. That's another thing we were going to look at. Oh, we looked at that already. Unsaved workflow. Aha! Look at that. It tried to do the same face on a different head. His hair's a bit glitched out. But it's the same face. It seems like his jaw is not as wide because it's got a narrow shaped head. See what I mean? Different haircut. See, the haircut actually matters. Different haircut. Completely different hairline. But other than that, it does look kind of like the same guy. Kinda. This looks better though, I think. But as I said, I can just generate, I could put a different face on him, you know. So anyway, we got plenty of directions to take on this project. Okay. I think I already uploaded this, didn't I? Let me just check. And then I will evaporate. Like smoke under a door in a ninja movie from 1973. Yes, I did. Although it's not very obvious. One of them is 2-stage. So I probably should have done a better job with the labeling situation. Hang on. Can't you edit the name of the file? Ugh, I'm not even going to try. I've never had to do it. Okay. What did I miss? Enjoy chaos. So can have images, etc. in there. Fusion developer. So Fusion says, have you heard about the new operating system Windows 98? I can't wait to see what the year 2000 will be like. Oh, Windows 2000. We need to go back to DOS. Yeah, that's what the anti-AI movement is. Clayton, can you make him look like Michael Scott from The Office? Yes. I just need to train on Michael Scott from The Office, and then it will work. You can do that 100%. You see, the thing is, I'll just say this before I finish, okay? So this is what it looks like. Wait. Damn, that's the wrong image. Okay, so this was the original face, okay? I swapped it to this face, okay? But the way I made that face was by creating a face model. Oh crap, get out of my face. It's derailing me. Right. It used screenshots of Titus from Space Marine 2. So there it is. Oh, I see those spirals. They're nice. Run them through the Flux upscale. Hey, don't forget, there's a new Flux upscaler on the block, and I posted the link to the thing. Do you know what? I think I actually forgot about that one. This one. Jut pack. So I will make sure to put that in inside line. Where is it? Inside line is the Jut pack renoodled. No, there it is. Renoodled Super Flux upscaler. It's there. So if you want to try that out, it's flux based, uses Schnell, and should be good. Just posted some spirals in image sharing. Gonna run them into Flux in a bit. Pretty hyped. Yeah, they look cool. I bet they'll come out really nice. Flip Fusion says, wow, he finally read my comment. Only 27 years old message. Yeah, somehow it just popped up, right? Alright, that's it, guys. It's midnight. It's now the 9th of January. And hopefully I'll be saying that again in about 17 hours. So, thank you all. Thank you all. Thanks everybody for coming along and hanging out. I'm out of here. Good times. Always a pleasure.
Just ain't paying till the man that dies.